Good evening, everyone. Congrats again, boys, and best of luck. Definitely take the mayor up on that and come back and share all of your accomplishments, because I'm sure that regardless of what you win or lose, it is going to be an amazing experience. So next up, It feels like we haven't had an artist in the spotlight for a while, but it is my pleasure to introduce this month's artist in the spotlight, and he was well worth the wait. We have a little video, but in the meantime, I wanted to invite Rodney Royal up. He is this month's artist in the spotlight. He is amazing with color. He highlights the power of creativity through storytelling and art. And we're just so excited to be able to tie this in with all the amazing Black History programs that we have going on, as well as Art Walks, Art in the Park, which is this coming Saturday, the 28th. So the 24th is the Artist in the Spotlight, Seminole Theater, don't miss it. And if you want to come join me, we've got a brief video for you to see a little more of Mr. Royal's work. So sorry, I misspoke. It is the 26th. The 26th at 6 p.m., Seminole Theater. If you haven't joined us for one of the artists in the spotlight, it is really nice. We have partnered. This is going to be 16 years. Previous Councilman Shelley started the program. I was so honored to take it over. It's been 16 years now that we're supporting local artists. So if you haven't been out, please do. And without further ado, I'll let Mr. Royal tell you a little more about himself.
Good evening, everyone. As you were told, my name is Rodney Royal. I'm a local artist, born and raised right here in Miami, Florida. I'm a self-taught artist, and I'm also one half of a nonprofit that my wife and I started titled One Royal Effect, which stands for Reaching Out Youth Through Art and Literacy. I'm excited to be the artist in the spotlight. I can't wait for you all to see the work that I put together. And as you were told, it's going to be on display for, 3 months? So, and also on the 28th, I'll be doing a live mural at the Arts in the Park, right here at Losner Park. So come on out. And, I'm excited for you all to see the work that I put together. And thank you again.
Thank you. Councilman Roth.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
That's better. There's a lot of youth in here. There's like no excitement. I'm going to be doing a proclamation of condolences for a gentleman I got to spend some time with on his 99th birthday a couple years ago. I'd like to invite Jason Nymark to come up. Is he here? Jason, you're the commander of the American Legion. Okay, good. So I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to let you read this proclamation of condolences for Frenchie.
The City of Homestead, proclamation of condolences. Councilman Larry Roth in the City of Homestead would like to extend our deepest condolences for the loss of the late Hilo Frenchy LaChapelle, most remembered for his contributions to the betterment of our city that will be remembered for years to come. His passing is a loss, not only for his loved ones, but for the entire community. Whereas, born February 16th, 1925 in Newport, Rhode Island, Frenchy was more than a longtime member of our post. He was family. Just last year, our post and the entire community proudly came together to celebrate his 100th birthday, a milestone that reflected a life lived fully, boldly, and with joy. We were already in the midst of planning his 101st celebration, and the thought that he will not be there in person is deeply felt by all who knew him. Whereas Frenchy was a regular and cherished presence at the post, usually with a screwdriver or a glass of wine in his right hand, up until the week before his passing. He never met a stranger, only friends he hadn't laughed with yet. His quick wit, endless jokes, and unmistakable smile filled our post with warmth. His vitality and love of life were an inspiration to everyone around him. Whereas Frenchy's life of service to this nation is nothing short of extraordinary. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1942 as a seaman and trained in Newport, Rhode Island, before deploying to Nova Scotia and then Iceland. There, assigned to a PBY Catalina aircraft squadron, he patrolled the North Atlantic, hunting German U-boats, successfully engaging and sinking several in defense of freedom. He later continued anti-submarine patrols from Wales in the English Channel in preparation for D-Day, flying those dangerous missions and again striking enemy submarines. Whereas Frenchy went on to serve as a B-24 bomber, waist gunner, before transferring to the Pacific Theater. From an aircraft carrier, he flew combat bombing missions in support of the invasion of Okinawa until the end of World War II. His courage earned him numerous awards for valor in both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters, including a presidential citation. Whereas, when war again called, Frenchy answered. During the Korean War, he served as a B-29 gunner with the Army Air Corps, once again earning awards for valor. After his military service, he continued a life of hard work and leadership as he joined the U.S. Merchant Marine, rising from mate to captain. Whereas, in retirement in Homestead, Florida, he remained active, working on private yachts, joining the Woodworking Guild, and crafting beautiful wooden gifts for members of Post 43 that will now stand as lasting reminders of his generosity. Whereas, Frenchy upheld the highest traditions of honor, service, friendship, and patriotism. He was a veteran, a hero, a craftsman, a storyteller, and a friend to all. President Ronald once said, "Heroes may not be braver than anyone else. They're just braver 5 minutes longer." Frenchy LaChapelle lived those 5 minutes again and again, across 2 wars, a lifetime of service, and a century of living with heart and humor. Though he has answered his final roll call, his legacy will forever live on in this post, in our community, and in the freedoms he helped secure. Now, therefore, I, Stephen Losner, Mayor of the City of Homestead, Florida, do hereby proclaim August 20th, 2025 as a day of remembrance for Hilo Frenchy LaChapelle in Homestead.
Good job. So I'd like to bring up all your American Legion family to take a picture with us. This was his family. I'm sure he spent many, many days there. As you said, he had a screwdriver or a glass of wine in his right hand. Was there a reason for the right hand? No?
He was writing.
He was writing. Okay. Oh, the VFW, if you're here, yeah, sure.
We are all family.
And then my colleagues, if you'd like to join us for a picture. I'll present this to you guys. Who's going to do the picture? Great. Thank you. You're very welcome. Hey, does that date need something? I wasn't sure what that date was. You didn't know what that date is?
No.
Yeah, we'll fix
I
it.
think I know why. But, okay.
Okay.
I'll
Thanks,
take it.
Jason. Appreciate
Thank you.
I just add on a personal note, I met Frenchie several years ago in the context of him being a client, and then many, many times after that at various Memorial Day and Veterans Day events, both in our park downtown and at the VFW, and invited him, and he actually led the Pledge of Allegiance here at the swearing-in ceremony for the mayor and council in 2023, and it was certainly our honor to have someone of his distinction and longevity and service to our country lead us in the pledge to the flag that evening. So it's very meaningful for all of us here. So again, thank you all for coming, and congratulations to all who we have recognized, and their families and friends and coaches and parents, and, however you're related, however you do, any of the folks that we were recognizing this evening, and certainly the artistic talent. So this will conclude the presentation ceremony, and we will convene first our local planning agency meeting in just a couple of minutes, and then move into the council meeting. But thank you all for coming. Ready, Madam Clerk? Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, and it is now 5:45 p.m. Can we have a roll call, please?
Here.
Board Member Cannibal. Board Member Ross.
Here.
Board Member Konski.
Here.
Board Member Fletcher.
Here.
Chairwoman Bailey. Chairman Losner.
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura.
All right. Do we have any additions, deletions, or deferrals from this LPA agenda tonight? I see none. Mr. White?
Yes, moving on to your quasi-judicial agenda, you have one item this evening. Please be advised that this item is quasi-judicial. If you wish to comment upon this item, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding this quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the local planning agency to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on this item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on the following item. At this time, the local planning agency members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 1, card number 4915, on this evening's quasi-agenda.
Well, in unanimity as to disclosure with respect to tab 1? Yes. Indicate all.
At this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in any person who wishes to testify on any quasi-judicial item. So anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on tab 1, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help me God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 1, card number 4915. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Bama LLC and Penco LLC of an approximately 62.35-acre parcel of land from agricultural AU zoning district to one-family, one-half-acre estate A2 zoning district for the property generally located south of Southwest 296th Street, north of 302nd Street, and west of Southwest 192nd Avenue, Tower Road, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Let's let the record reflect that Board Member Cannibal has joined us. And do you need to disclose ex parte discussion with respect to tab 1? No? Okay. All right, so if there are no objections, let's waive the staff report and go directly to the presentation by the applicant. Yeah. Okay. Cannibal is disclosing on tab 1.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So obviously this Hugo Wars is 701 Brickell Avenue, joined today by my partner Alex Arias, as well as team members from Lennar Homes. Thank you all for your time. Obviously this will hopefully take place or take the place of the next meeting's presentation. This is the same presentation that we've walked through with all of you earlier today and yesterday. Flip to the next site. So this is an approximately 62-acre site on the southwest corner of 192nd Avenue to 196th Street, going all the way out to the western edge of this property, which is the western edge of actually your city boundaries. And so we're right at the edge. What you see up there as an aerial is somewhat fitting. What we're seeking to do is very similar in character and nature to the community that's under development just south of our parcel, which was approved by this council a couple of years ago and is under construction currently. Both that community and this community consist of estate homes. And as I'll walk you through, we're not seeking any change to the underlying land use or seeking density beyond what your master plan already provides for. Today, we are simply seeking your first reading approval to rezone the property consistent with the property to the south and the properties to the east in the more established part of Homestead. Consists of two parcels, two separate owners. That's why you see the Penco and Bama. The parcels are owned by two different entities. Existing future land use designation, estate density. Again, your master plan permits for up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. That's there today. We're not asking to change that. We're not asking to increase that. We are living within the confines of that, which has been in your master plan since at least 2005 or 6, which is the last big rewrite that I can see online for your master plan. Existing zoning classification is agriculture. That obviously happens all over both your city and the county. The land use is for residential development until the property is rezoned for a development, until there's going to be homes on it, or in other cases when something's going to become a business or shopping center, whatever the case may be. Many folks maintain the agricultural zoning that has been on the property for a long, long time. And in fact, these properties were farmed for a long, long time. And I know some of you have experience knowing that some of the farmers and the folks that work this. But obviously, these farmers have now decided to enter into contract and wish to sell. And so we would seek to change that zoning classification from the existing agriculture to the A2 category that your code provides for. Again, no proposed changes to the land use. Curiously, even though the community to the east that you see there in the darker yellow is low density, which would actually allow up to 6 units to the acre, the zoning there is consistent with ours. So even though that underlying land use provides for up to 6 units to the acre, the zoning is actually A2, the same thing that we are asking for. In a different time in the world, that community could have been developed, or that area could have been developed with greater density, but it was not. We're not seeking to match that 6. We're staying within the 2.5 dwelling units per acre, and in fact, we're closer to 2, 1.98. A lot of what I'm going to tell you this evening refers specifically to the land use change, the first reading of the land use change, which is just the first vote on rezoning this property to A2. We have obviously taken the opportunity to sit with you, and we've talked a little bit about what you'll see in the concurrent forthcoming applications, which is going to be the second rezoning, the site plan approval, tentative plat. We'll get into those details next month. I know we've had some conversations and some valuable feedback over the last couple of days. We'll get to work on some of those answers, and whatever you see next month will hopefully reflect some of those conversations that we've had. But again, today for first reading, we're focusing our analysis on what you have before you as an analysis to change the land use. You also have that tab 6 is the rezoning. You also have tab 7, which is the city approval of a school proportionate share agreement, which is that's on the next agenda. Correct. Right? No. Sorry. Correct. That is not on the LPA agenda. But since I don't think they're going to want to hear from me entirely, I won't get into it when tab 7 comes up. I'm happy to come back up, but it is the same piece of property, and I have one presentation, so I wanted to just highlight that for you here. Here is, again, similar aerial in here. We kind of do math. I had someone else do it because lawyers don't do math, but I can tell you that for the property that we're proposing 119 units for, our density is just a tick under 2. That community to the south is just a notch over 2. So again, very consistent, nearly the same kind of density, if anything, very, very slightly less density. But again, compatible and consistent, which is I think the framework within which we're discussing this application today. Some of your own staff's acknowledgement of where we're at and then what is around us. And again, what is around us principally to the south and to the east, which are your city zoning categories, the two sort of middle lines there that say south and east, you'll see that the zoning that we're adjacent to is A2, which is what we're asking for. So we're asking for the exact same zoning category that your own city properties enjoy. And then the county has a different terminology, and so there are EUM and other properties. But they're all estate homes, and we noted previously to some of you and in the aerial, there is an additional parcel that is outside the city limits that will be part of this development. It'll also be developed with estate homes, and when I show you some pictures, it'll be the same homes being developed. So again, this is the approved Aspen Estates development, and what you'll see next month of the additional approved applications is the same request that you'll see from us that they got approved, and the same AU to A2 that we're seeking first reading approval for today is exactly they got exactly what we're requesting previously. The compatibility, again, that buzzword, obviously is fairly simple to make here today. We're actually matching exactly. So sometimes compatibility can be a little more nuanced. You are here and you're trying to argue that what we're proposing is close to, but maybe it's not the same. But in this case, it actually is the exact same category. And I think your staff report, for that reason, does recommend approval of the proposed rezoning based on consistency with the comprehensive plan. Obviously, all of your departments have weighed in. We have no issues with water and sewer availability. We have no issues addressed any traffic concerns. We've gone through that exercise before even being able to get the first reading, although many of those, of course, are going to be more site plan related. But nevertheless, we couldn't even come to first reading until we knew that we had addressed all of staff's comments. And so just because pretty pictures are better than listening to me, just some of the homes that will be on this site if this project moves forward at first reading today and then next month, and some of the architecture, and we'll dive into this in more detail next month and be able to show you any of the questions and maybe drill down a little bit into anything else that you want to see. So pretty straightforward. The one request this evening to rezone the property, and so I'm happy to answer any questions. Reserve any time in case there's any questions from the audience. Otherwise, I would urge you to follow staff's recommendation this evening and vote on first reading to recommend rezoning to A2, and happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. Are there any questions or comments from the members of the board on this rezoning application? All right, so let me open public comments on this item. Is there any member of the public, either online or in the audience, who would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yeah. All right, sure. Come on down and give us your name and address, and you keep it under 3 minutes. You can pull the microphone down so we can hear you. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Longa. My address is in Homestead, zip code 33030. Sorry, I get a little nervous speaking in public. I object to converting agricultural land to residential because agricultural zoning is not interchangeable. Once farmland is lost, it is effectively permanent. In the city of Homestead, agricultural land provides flood absorption, food production capacity, and land use balance that dense development cannot replace. Before eliminating 64 acres of agricultural land, the city should demonstrate a clear public necessity and show why existing residentially zoned land cannot meet growth needs. Without that showing, this rezoning is not in the long-term public interest. What this analysis shows is that land is expendable rather than essential to the city's long-term resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give Mr. Arza the opportunity to respond, and then we'll open it if he chooses to do so, and then we'll open it up for further questions or comments from council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I mean, and I touched on the topic because of the zoning category that exists today. But again, I mean, your city has actually conducted the need and feasibility study. The property has an estate density classification. It's intended for development up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. That's been in the books for 20 plus years. The property has not yet been developed. This rezoning is required to do so. But the property is not long-term designated for agriculture. In fact, there is no property within the city borders that are long-term agricultural. They may have zoning on them, but your master plan, provides for within your city limits for there to be commercial and residential development and the like at different densities. For this parcel, for over 20 years, this parcel has been designated for estate density, no more than 2.5 dwelling units per acre. So that analysis, that needs analysis, and it's a good question, actually has been done. That is your adopted master plan that designates and says in this area, when it gets developed, it should be developed consistent with this master plan, and that is what we're doing. We're not seeking to change the master plan. We're seeking to build within it. So hopefully that addresses the question, and but obviously any of you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, council, or board members. Any questions for either the objector or Mr. Arza? Just out of academic curiosity, and if you can't tell me, I get it. Obviously, this came into the city by annexation in the early 2000s, at least
I believe
20
that's
years
right.
ago. Obviously, it came in as agriculture. Did the county have it comp planned under their guidelines for
Yes.
residential? So
Yes,
it
yes.
came into the
Yes.
city with that overlay,
And
with
I
those
can-
rights attached.
And I can say that with academic certainty because the county only has one location in the entire county where there is agricultural land use, and that is forest country. So if you're between Bird and Sunset, between the Turnpike and 127th Avenue, and you look at a master plan map of Miami-Dade County, that is the only land inside the urban development boundary that is land use ag. So there, you would have to change the land use to allow residential and then rezone it. Here, both in the county's records previously and when the city annexed it, it was always intended, because it's at the edge with the state density. I mean, it wouldn't be a good location for high density, but this is a little below 2 units to the acre. So to answer your question, yes, Mayor, this is always, even before, was considered a residential parcel.
I would have thought so, and I just wanted to put that on the record, that it came to us with those rights attached.
Right.
Like it or not, those rights were attached. If there's no further questions from members of the board, I would entertain a motion on this item. Would like to move the item? Moved by Councilman Cannonball. We have a second by the Vice Mayor. If there's nothing further from members of the board, let's have a roll call vote on the rezoning.
Board Member Cannonball? Yes. Board Member Konski?
No.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Ross? Yes. Board Member Avila?
No.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. All right, tab 2, Mr. White.
Yes. Moving on to legislative matters this evening. One item, tab 2, card number 4876. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 4 supplemental district regulations, Division 2 off-street parking, to modify regulations and standards related to the temporary parking of boats, and further establishing regulations concerning parking within the private right-of-way permitted within private residential developments, providing for severability, providing for inclusion of the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Avila, I think this is your item. Would you like to present it, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is essentially putting the power and authority for enforcing parking and boat storage within gated communities into the hands of the residents and the homeowners that it affects. As most of us know, homeowners associations have secondary levels of rules and guidelines that residents have to abide by, some very strict guidelines, to say the least. And so we find that in specific to parking and boat storage, that there's an incompatibility with regards to our code and what are the needs of the association, because in addition to the code requiring or allowing for boat storage in certain areas of the property, these lot sizes are typically smaller than what most areas like in the Northwest and Southwest have. So we need to have like a middle ground. So on behalf of the associations, I'm presenting this code amendment change to allow the association board of homeowners to be the authority and the say in the end as to any code violations for boat and parking. So that's what this item is for, and I would love the support of my colleagues. And this code change effectively would only be a challenge for those within gated communities, and it is, again, giving more power to the people there. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any questions or initial comments from the board? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mayor. I see the need for that. I think that the only concern is, and I'm picturing the few gated areas that I frequent, is where that parking would take place. I've heard often that the garbage trucks can't get through, or once in a while the emergency vehicles. So I just want to make sure that that's been looked at well, and that we don't see there being an issue with that.
Good point, Vice Mayor. So, for example, in one of the communities that I'm aware of that has had issues with code enforcement, they don't allow boat storage in front of their homes. Okay. However, there's no room in the side or in the backyard to store the boats either, and that's also not allowed for the association. But during a small period of time during the summer, when boating is typically popular, the associations will allow them to park their boat in their driveway, which becomes a violation of code. So simply that example where they are not blocking anyone on the street, any emergency vehicles, it's a code violation. So this would provide the solution for that.
Any further? But I don't know that that answered your question. I mean, we've got two separate silos here. We have boat storage, and we have general parking on private rights-of-way, which I think you were focused on, which is not seasonal. Right.
Thank you, Mayor. I can talk to the parking as well. So in addition to parking, street parking is actually the requirement when you don't have enough room in your parking, in your driveway to park. So this would actually relieve on-street parking because it would allow more vehicles to park in their driveway without being ticketed or cited for being partially on the sidewalk. And so in these gated communities, it's safer, there's lower traffic, and there's more regulation. And oftentimes, off-duty police monitoring speeding and traffic flow, there's no issue within these gated communities. So it doesn't preclude or foreclose the opportunity for associations to or residents to come back and tell us that this is an issue, that they're having a problem, and their association is not responsive to it, and so that we can always go back and revise.
Okay, and this is first reading, correct? So I think we can dish out any other questions that we might have. It'll probably be a little different between the various HOAs. But yeah, just as long as the HOAs are also aware that if a garbage truck can't come in, they are missing out on collection that week, right?
Correct, and I encourage my colleagues and members of the association communities to help us design this if it does need to be tweaked between then and second reading and into the future as well. It can always come back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So this talks in terms of parking on a private right-of-way, which doesn't really delineate sidewalk obstruction. So, well, but let me back up. It seems that there are, and let me ask you, to your knowledge, I mean, what HOA, what communities, where do these conflicts lie between city code and HOA rules?
Well, these roadways are oftentimes private roadways, so I think that's what it's referring to, private.
Well, let me get to the boat issue. Okay, so we got two separate and distinct issues. Are you aware? I mean, obviously, I think you brought this, so someone brought this issue. I'm going to assume someone who got a ticket for boat storage brought this to your issue, and you did some research and determined that some HOAs permit front yard boat storage.
So, for example, the code requires you to not have your boat exposed, and James, if you can help me find where the specificity is for the boat storage, but it doesn't allow you to have the boat out for longer than a certain...
Yeah, we're talking about temporary boat storage.
No, I get that, and we do, generally provide a very short window, but I thought I understood that there are some HOAs that are more permissive in front yard boat storage than city code.
Regarding temporary boat storage, they are more permissive when it comes to the amount of time. But there is no association that I'm aware of that exists today or that's coming with upcoming association approvals that allow permanent boat storage.
No, I completely understand that.
So we're specifically talking to seasonal temporary boat storage where the effects are seen within only the gated communities where it's regulated oftentimes more strictly by the association as it is, and that allows for those regulations to be amended and to be revised for the benefits and for the use of the residents to which it governs.
Okay, so in the HOA that you're aware of that allows longer-term temporary storage. What is that time frame that the HOAs permits? And which HOA is it?
I've heard of 2 weeks. I've heard of it being for the summer period only. I don't want to specifically designate or disclose an association at the moment, but we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 board members here that have associations in their community. So I think if there's any opposition or any concern, they would also be able to speak to their association representatives and bring more light to the table other than what my knowledge base is.
Okay, but not all associations, I'm assuming, I think it would be fair to say that not all associations permit the temporary boat storage in a front yard or in a driveway.
For the number of associations that exist, I'm sure there are some that allow none, and this would still give them the power to have the no boat storage option that currently exists.
Okay, so I've got two issues, and let me stick to the boat storage. And like just saying, you may have seen, I think it was circulated, I asked for the reports for the residential areas of your particular district of Waterstone and Malibu Bay. And in the last year, there have only been 5 tickets issued, citations issued, for improper boat storage. It doesn't seem to be a prevalent thing. Now, throughout the city, at least in the gated communities, there are literally hundreds of sidewalk obstruction tickets out. Yeah, well, no, in the gated communities. So let me ask code enforcement. Generally speaking, can you tell me through the manager, when we issue these citations for either sidewalk obstruction or improper boat storage, is that typically proactive or reactive to either a neighbor complaint or an HOA complaint? Or are all your officers really in the HOAs looking for these things?
Well, in general, it can be a mix of everything. It can be the code officer is there for another reason and then sees another violation, they have an obligation to cite it. So to say they're 100% complaint-based, that's not accurate. Is it a mix of self-initiated and complaints? Sure. There have been complaints historically of the boat storage. Whenever that comes up, it's there is the obstruction of the sidewalk, which some people are concerned of. But in general, it can vary. By complaint, it can vary. By case, it can vary.
I understand that. I just,
So our code,
whether there was a prevalence of one scenario or another.
Our code is a little more restrictive because we did look up neighboring cities. Our code is a little more restricted than in comparison to neighboring cities too. So if you wanted to consider that as an option, where it affects the whole city, our restriction is 2 hours for parking, temporary parking. Other cities, and including the county and our neighboring cities, are 24 hours. So there's also an option of that too for the whole city.
Mayor, if I can
Sure.
just add to that, and thank you for the insight, but this is not changing anything outside of gated communities. If we wanted to consider that, I'm sure people are doing that already. We don't necessarily need to change our code and just be maybe flexible in our judgment calls, right? But what I wanted to say is that I can guarantee you that the first call for defense on a resident is going to be to their association board member. They're not going to call code when they can call or send an email to the association that's charging them every month. People in gated communities will gladly complain and shell out concerns to their representatives, and there are no issues that I'm aware of issues that have not been able to be satisfied with in-house, for lack of a better term.
So big picture, my concern is and I get, there are lot size and access restrictions for boat storage within gated communities. And again, let's take the boat issue first. We have enough problem keeping up with other code enforcement issues outside of gated communities. And my fear is that we're creating two standards, two different qualities of life, one for gated communities and one for non-gated communities. And many times you've heard me say that we and our code enforcement and our police department are effectively acting as an HOA or in substitution of an HOA for those neighborhoods who don't have them. So in the future, how are we going to respond to a homeowner in Northwest Homestead who receives a citation for improper boat storage, and that owner can then say, but you allow a different time period behind the gates, why am I treated differently? And I think we certainly do not have the personnel in code enforcement now, or I think ever, to start keeping tabs on ungated communities as to whether boats have exceeded their lifespan in the front yard. That's my concern, that we're creating two set of rules and, you know, treating different neighborhoods differently. Now,
Mayor, can I respond?
sure.
Thank you. I think that this actually will help to relieve the burden on code enforcement to having to identify, like the assistant city manager said, that there is an obligation to report these things. So this will free up time, free up focus for them to give their time and attention to the matters that are really plaguing the city. And if the majority of the city, right, if we start to receive calls and we want more boats in our yards because we're a boating community and it turns into that culturally, then they make the request and we pass our laws and make our code at the pleasure of the residents and the voters. But that's not what's on the table today. Those are not the issues and the concerns being affected today. This is to provide the associations with the authority that they already do diligently execute within the gated communities to serve their residents. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution. And but I'm happy to continue the discussion. And like I said, I encourage my colleagues and residents of the board associations to give us your insight. Tell us if there's an issue that you're dealing with regards to parking and boat storage that is not discussed in this resolution, so we can maybe add it or alter it. Thank you.
Go ahead and get your second, and I'll, continue my discussion and my concerns about these items, much to your chagrin. Do we have a second on this item? Do we have? Well, yeah, I'd love to, if I might. Okay, so I really think that we're setting a precedent to opening ourselves up to, and Councilwoman, with all due respect, you said it. It's something I've always feared. Culturally, I think this moves to an anything goes scenario. I mean, you said the words culture and you said loosening things up, moving toward anything goes. As we try to build a cleaner, nicer, more affluent, and desirable community, I believe this heads in the wrong direction. 5 boat tickets in the last year in your neighborhoods are not burdening code enforcement. And at the very least, I'd like to see this deferred, and let's have somebody compile all the HOA regulations and see who allows what. Are we talking about one gated community, or are we talking about several? I think, for myself, we really need more information. But also, as to the sidewalk obstructions, I think we're going to quality of life. I mean, my wife and I walk in my neighborhood, 2.5 miles at least, every morning. And I really get aggravated. I think that it's aesthetically unpleasing, it looks trashy, and it obstructs the sidewalk and walking. So, that affects both sides. So I don't know why we would do anything that would diminish the quality of life within any neighborhood. So, without more information or any more guardrails here, I can't support this. Board Member Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of quick concerns. One, are there any other municipalities that have a similar type law in place?
From my brief overview today of the codes, they don't defer to associations. They just have a blanket city code that says I looked up our neighboring villages and cities next to us, and some of them had a 24-hour period for temporary parking and boats, and then after that 24-hour period, the storage is just like ours in the backyard. Miami-Dade County is the same way. They have that 24-hour temporary parking in the front yard, and then after that, it either has to be, theirs is a little different side and backyard. I think the most maybe restrictive of the group, besides our 2-hour limitation, within the 24-hour period, South Miami makes you register your boat with the city, so they know it belongs to that property. And then you're allowed the 24 hours for that boat, and then that boat, after 24 hours, has to be put in the backyard.
Okay. To me, this just seems like we're creating some additional burden for our city employees. I'm happy to let this go into second reading and have some additional information compiled, but without that further information, I don't think I'm going to be able to support this item at this time. I don't want us to be in any type of conflict with any county regulations that may be in place, and I think we just need more data before we move forward with this. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Look, I live in a gated community. You have 3 days you can park your boat there. You have to get it gone, or they will send you a fine from the homeowners association. City never gets involved in that. So, and I've seen that happen time and time again in my neighborhood. So I don't think this is that big of a deal, personally. Thank you.
Board Member Abel, I think you had a comment in response.
Thank you. Just to respond, I never said anything goes for the rest of the city. And if you want more affluent communities have boaters in it. And this is, in your scenario, Councilman Fletcher, the city would issue a code violation for having a boat out for 3 days in this particular case. So it defers to the association's guidelines, which I think are more representative of the needs of the community. And in other areas outside of the gates, there is more land where you can store your boat on the side of your house, where you cannot do in these gated communities. The other example, Mayor, that you gave with regards to walking on sidewalks, the alternative is to park on the street, and that blocks emergency vehicles. So the associations, at least the ones that I have interviewed, prefer for the residents not to park on the streets. They have more narrow streets. And the narrow streets actually reduce speeding. So that's why a lot of these communities also have narrow roadways. So the changes or the experiences that are occurring currently, which would continue to be against code unless this is changed, are actually promoting a more affluent community and safer roadways. I'll rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Anytime that there's a change in the code, sometimes it's great ideas that end up working. I would suggest to defer and let us be able to sit down more, because if there are areas that allow it, then we should allow it. There's no reason to not allow an area that has the space. So I think it's definitely worth looking at, whether it's passing it forward now in first reading, but just to make sure that we do have that time to think through which areas specifically will be affected and to make sure it's the right call for all of them. Maybe a deferral would give more time for it to be worded and explained better.
Thank you. I'm happy to make all the amendments that are fitting in second reading, and that essentially gives us the deferral and the time period that we need. It's not going to come back till next council meeting. It's not coming back to the COW or a special call. So I'm not sure what additional time staff might want to please the mayor for more data, but I think that 4 weeks is sufficient.
To clarify, the request is to get all of the HOAs that we have in the city, their bylaws.
If we can do that to determine what each HOA permits or not.
Specifically regarding the parking and the boat.
Those are all.
And maybe we could, and I don't know, maybe you could probably educate me on this. You've got the master association and sub-associations. Would those rules be found in the master, or can the sub deviate from the master? Or are we going to have to look at both sets?
So the master association should probably have that information, and those are recorded. Those are
Them under the
bylaws are
master
recorded.
association, and the sub-associations are stricter or not?
They
I don't
can
know
be
how they
stricter,
work.
but if we're looking for just general
Are they more-
guidelines.
More lenient? We'll look into all of it. And that's for boat storage and for the right-of-way parking? For
Yeah,
both?
I mean, my main focus is on boat parking, but I think my gut tells me you're going to find that every HOA declaration provides for not blocking sidewalk access. That just might
So
be.
this is not inclusive of street parking? I just want to
Well,
clarify.
and again, I think maybe the language, if this goes forward, the language needs to be cleaned up because to me, it wasn't clear, are we talking about obstructing sidewalks? Because private right-of-way includes both sidewalks and on-street
Trails and streets.
parking. So we need to really, I think, tweak down and really clarify what we're talking about there. So we would need to see what, just to get a snapshot of where these associations are. If there's one association that is more permissive on boats than the city code, then maybe this is a solution in search of a problem. If it's widespread, maybe it's something we need to look at, but we don't have that in front of us.
Mayor,
So
if I
yeah,
may-
everything.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you. I think the task at hand is almost an impossible task because I think that as you start to review the masters, it's going to defer to subs in some areas. And these are the kinds of things that I think in practice will serve to be a better teacher and guide on what's ideal in these situations. And again, the opportunity to reach out and get the feedback. And if the data is not a service, but in fact a disservice for the city and to the communities, then it won't pass on second reading. But I do encourage staff to get as much data as possible with regards to the associations. And this is not about allowing sidewalk blockage. It's about giving the association the authority to amend the rules and to enforce the parking for the way it fits best for the design of their community. So this is, again, not trying to create a problem where there is none. These are things that are actively being cited by code, whether it's sidewalk or boat storage in the last couple of years, and it's come to my attention, and these are the needs of the district residents that I represent and that I think you will find will not make a huge difference to maybe all of the associations, but that will provide relief, and not just relief for the residents that are being affected, but relief to the code enforcement department to focus and to work on things that actually are plaguing the city. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a really interesting description, but I don't think it's true at all. This says that our code is amended to allow these things that are not allowed citywide, to allow them within an HOA if the HOA rules are more permissive than our rules. And they can enforce their rules. But that does not delegate our code enforcement authority away from us to the HOAs. So let me just take a poll. Councilman Fletcher, in your communities, in the district that you represent, are you aware? Clearly, I think sidewalk encroachments are across the board. Boat storage really an issue? Okay. You don't have an active HOA. Nor do I or Councilwoman Konski. Boat issues in Oasis?
I've never seen one that I know.
Okay. Councilman Roth, how about the villages? Is it kind of a mixed bag?
Yeah, and then our streets are different too, because we have private roads and we have HOA-owned roads. So it's a very deep conversation to have. But my question, since you brought me into the conversation, is to the attorneys, is can HOAs in their bylaws that are approved by the state of Florida allow
Conflict with code.
more permissive rules than what this municipality or the county's codes are.
The HOA could have whatever they have, but if we, as a city, have a regulation, that's the law that applies, irregardless of what the HOA regs are, unless you specifically state an alternative.
Yeah. That's why we have to change the code, because basically the HOA rules as they're represented to exist violate city code. And that's why we're writing citations at whoever's initiative. So with that then, so Councilman Cannonball, are you okay with staff not compiling the Oasis area HOA rules to determine what boat issues are?
No, I want to.
You'd like to know? Okay.
Yes.
So
I want to find out what the issue is.
yeah, yours may be more permissive than the city. I'm just trying to get a feel for, I just think it's bad policy because it's going to bleed over to West Homestead, where folks are going to say, if you don't write them tickets, why are you writing me a ticket? And I know we're making a different set of rules.
And it's like we do something like this, it has to be for the whole city, not only for the gated community.
And that's the slippery slope. All right,
And-
so
and
we
just
don't
to-
have a second yet.
And Mayor,
yeah.
just to say, there are plenty of rules that apply to the gated association communities that don't apply to the areas outside of gated communities.
Which makes them attractive to many, many homeowners.
But the point is that there are things that apply within a gated community that doesn't make sense outside the gate, and vice versa.
I
So
would
this-
rather paint my house whatever color I want and not have a boat in front than the other way around.
Right. So there's a give and take when you come. Nothing is like mirrored when it comes to the HOA rules to the city code, and so trying to say that we have to do for one versus do the same for the other, or that we can't have a deviation in the code that allows for an authority to be given to on certain items to be called for by one entity versus another. That's within our discretion. And again, I think that this would be hashed out between first and second reading, and I'll be happy to participate in research and study and ask for more input as well.
And so do we have a second on Board Member Avala's motion to move this forward to second reading? Okay.
Wait, you're the LPA, so you'd be making a recommendation as the LPA
council.
to move this forward onto your council meeting for consideration at first reading. Then there you can.
We do that.
If you want to.
Gotcha.
Around
Yeah.
11:30 tonight.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and move the meeting to 9:30. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move this on to the council agenda for first reading. Before I go forward, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this item? Anyone online? What's that? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on the motion to move this to the council agenda.
Board Member Ross? Yes. Board Member Konski?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Yes. Board Member Cannonball? Yes. Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Nope.
The motion carries.
All right, I believe that it concludes the items. Well, yeah. Concludes the items for this agenda, but before the hour draws too late, and I'm sure it will tonight, I want to recognize the members of the Mayor's Youth Council who are with us tonight. If you would stand and be recognized. Mayor's Youth Council. Thank you for sitting through this and getting a peek inside of our own little sausage factory here. A few minutes ago between the meetings, I went upstairs and heard a lot of laughter and people having a good time, and peeked in the doorway and there they were. But thank you for all that you do and taking an interest in our city. And thank you, Vice.
And tell your colleagues that they all missed that you guys
That's right.
got to stand up
That's
and
right.
be recognized, and they left early.
All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn the LPA? It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we'll take just a moment and we will convene the regular council meeting.
Yeah.
Printers wouldn't work. No, printers won't work.
So it's just the,
Time to go.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. For the record, today is Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, and it is now 6:46 p.m. This evening we'll have the invocation by Reverend Robinson Pierre of the New Vision Church of God, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilman Roth and the Homestead Police Explorers. Pastor, and if everyone could please rise.
Let us pray. Father, Lord, we thank you. We thank you for everything you have done in our life. Thank you for being here. Almighty God, we come before you today with grateful hearts for the privilege of serving our community. We thank you for the gift of leadership and the trust placed in these council members. Grant them wisdom that is fair, vision that is clear, and courage that is steadfast. Bless every decision made here that may promote justice, peace, and the well-being of all people. Help us to listen with respect, speak with kindness, and act with integrity. We ask for your protection over our city, guidance for our leaders, and unity among our citizens. May all that is done in this place honor you and serve the common good. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Please join me in our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher,
Here.
Councilwoman Konski.
Here.
Councilman Cannibal. Here. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Roth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bailey.
Here.
Mayor Lawson.
Here. Okay, our first item on the agenda this evening is public comments. There are a few people who have clocked in. I believe one has already spoken. If the others who have clocked in are still here and still wish to speak, I will recognize them, followed by anyone else in the audience, followed by anyone online. With the exception of quasi-judicial items, if you would like to speak with respect to any matter on the agenda other than a quasi-judicial item, this will be your opportunity to speak as a member of the public with respect to any other agenda item. We will not have public comment on any items later in the agenda other than quasi-judicial items. All right, the first individual who clocked in was Selena Vasallo, and I think you hear Ms. Vasallo? Come on down. Thank you for coming tonight. I know you've sat through the earlier part of our evening. Good evening. You can pull that down.
Good evening. First time I do this. So I am here because I got a citation. No, well, the thing is, make it short, I've been in my property for over 20 years, maybe a little bit longer than that. I have a big yard. I have my boat, my RV, set in back of my yard and my fence. I've never had any problems, and now they sent me a violation to move either one. And that's why I'm here, because if it was outside, sidewalk, in the street, but it's in back of my yard parked, they're welcome to come anytime and check if anybody, because I know in Hialeah they use it for rent. My property's paid off. I don't use it for rent, I use it for my hobby, my boat, my Harley, and my RV. And that's why I'm here.
So just so we know, what was the notice that you can't have both? It's one or the
that
other?
I can't have both. I've been having for more than 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have them in front of my house. I have them on my fence and back of my yard, like they always have said. You know, and I use it for me, for my vacation. You know, it's not for me to rent or to have. They're welcome to come anytime they want to. I can open it up for them. They can come in my yard. But it's not fair that I pay so much taxes. It's my property. I have a yard. I follow the rules. And then they come and tell me now that I can have or the boat or the RV.
Okay. Have you tried to speak with anyone from code enforcement before tonight?
Yes, I've called them, and what they told me was that from October 15, 2025, the rules changed. You got to have either one, and it's not fair. They didn't even send a letter, let you know what's going on, anything. I mean, and I'm on 302 Northwest 20th Street. I have the biggest street. I mean, I have a big yard, and I have the fence. I have my yard in front of my house. I have the fence. I have parking in front, and it's in back of my house, parked. And to see my boat, you have to go like this because I have the white fence. So you have to really look. So they're only going to see my boat and my boat and my RV, and then I'm going to see next door. So it's what? It's only me? It's not fair. I went all over Homestead, and it's true what I've heard here. They're parked in front of the house, in the street, everything. But in back of my yard, the way they're supposed to be, I don't think it's fair.
Okay. So here tonight, we can't really resolve your issue. You know, we can put you directly in touch. Of course, this raises issues, but I want to clarify one thing, and either to the attorney or our code enforcement, either director or assistant city manager, the code has always been one or the other, but not both. Isn't that correct? There weren't recent changes in quantity. I don't recall that we made that change.
Hialeah, Dade County, because I searched it. Dade County, you're allowed a boat and an RV. Hialeah, you're allowed a boat and an RV. And here in Homestead, that we have more yard, that we have more comfortable. You can have a boat and an RV. That is my hobby. Is registered. It has a tag. I mean, if it was abandoned ugly, making my neighborhood look terrible, I agree that you come and check, but it's registered with the tag, the boat, everything works. I mean, it's not fair. Those are my hobbies. I'm already 62 years old, retiring from Dade County, that I work for Dade County, and I have to move either one to go pay when I have a yard. I don't think it's fair.
Okay, and these are some code issues, but let me.
Look into it and follow up with them.
Yeah, if you'll get them and they'll be in touch with you and perhaps clarify whatever. And have some direct face-to-face discussion.
Did a flyer and I passed it all over Homestead. Everywhere I saw a boat and RV, I did it myself. I didn't hide. And I also put where they said a boat and RV has to be removed.
Okay. Oh, and look, we have a real problem with RVs that are occupied.
I understand.
Yeah, we're trying to work through that.
I will work, they have to come in, check, make sure that it's closed, that it's not connected. I agree. I'm fine with it, but that I can have it to take it when I go on vacation, I don't think it's fair. I don't think I need to go pay anything anywhere else when I'm about to retire and pay more money when I have a yard.
Right. Okay, so if you'll step over here, somebody will get in touch with you over here. And Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just say that I think it's ridiculous that you're having to deal with that kind of situation. And the problem is that we are experiencing where we have had code that has not been enforced for a long time now being enforced, rightfully so. There's a duty to do so. They're doing their job. But it's a great opportunity, specifically tonight, based on the conversations we just had on my item, for the district representative to discuss with you, to inquire, and to have a chance to look into it further. The item I brought does not affect your area, but this is something that maybe it should get looked at. And it's also a good opportunity for us to take a look at the RV issues. There are still plenty of RVs that I see out there that are in bad condition, that are
and clearly occupied.
Right. So,
and open.
So let's maybe get, if I can ask through the manager office, an opportunity to kind of get an update on the enforcement of RVs, where they are, problem issues that we can.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be snitching or talking about anybody, what they have in their yard, because I mind my own business. I don't pay nobody's bill, like I said. But I did take pictures where it's a mess, open, parked. But if they need to come in, fine. If they go by and they see it open and they say, you have your RV open, fine. You can come in. I don't care.
You did the right thing by coming to your council meeting and expressing the concerns.
It's
an
an opportunity. I am nervous, even if I work with publics and kids, it's like, but I said, somebody has to do something. I mean,
we
say something. Well, thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope this issue takes care of it.
So Mayor and Council, I'm asking the Assistant City Manager, Crystal Olivera, to take care of this situation, and we'll provide an update to Council.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry. Do we need to request for a deferral of any action on her item until
We'll administratively take care of our
I
situations.
don't think we have the authority to do that at this point.
see.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, next up, Stephen Paulson. Mr. Paulson, are you still here? Okay. I think we had a sidebar, and and then Jessica, I believe this was, Jessica, I think you spoke earlier on the land use application. Is that correct? Is Jessica still here? I'm sorry, I can't make out your last name, but I believe you were the speaker earlier. Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would wish to speak with respect to anything or any item on the agenda at this point? Yes, sir, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, welcome.
Council. My name is Diego Rivadeneira. I reside at Northgate at 625 Southeast 25th Lane, Homestead. I'm a Florida real estate broker with 35 years of experience in property acquisitions, valuation, review, and complex real estate transactions. I retired after a 35-year career with the Department of Transportation in right-of-way and public property acquisitions, where I negotiated and analyzed commercial, residential, and environmentally sensitive properties. My background includes evaluation of land value, assessing risk exposure, reviewing acquisition strategies, and working with government entities. I'm speaking from both a professional expertise and a resident taxpayer committed to responsible fiscal stewardship. I will be direct tonight. You're being asked to approve a $2,666,000 purchase of 406 Washington Avenue. This is a significant use of taxpayers' funds. I have serious concerns about the structure and logic of this transaction. First, we are purchasing a property that is expected to be demolished. If demolition is the plan, the value of the improvements is effectively reduced to zero. Why are we paying a premium price for a structure that will not remain? Second, the property carries environmental contamination assumptions. By purchasing it, the city risks becoming a responsible party for the cleanup. Why would we voluntarily assume environmental liability exposure? Third, this agreement includes owner financing of 4.75 interest. Why is the city of Homestead paying interest to a private seller when municipalities typically have access to structured public financing options? We are not only purchasing the property, we are committing to long-term interest payments to the seller. Fourth, the agreement allows the seller to rent the property back for $10 per year. For 2 years, we are paying $2.6 million and then leasing it back to essentially nothing. That's not market transaction. That's a concession. Now, let's talk about priorities. Our streets need repair. Our sidewalks need replacement. Our storefront corridors need revitalization. Our tree canopies need expansion. Our drainage systems need improvement. $2.6 million could produce measurable citywide benefits. Instead, we are concentrating public capital into a single property, assuming environmental risk, reducing value through demolition, paying interest to the seller, and providing below-market leaseback. This is not about opposing development, folks. It is about disciplined stewardship of public funds. Before approving this acquisition, ask one fundamental question. Is this the highest and best use of $2.6 million of taxpayer money at this moment? Infrastructure is first, public safety first, broad public benefit first. I respectfully urge all of you to reconsider this allocation and place visible citywide improvements ahead of speculative property acquisitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you, in the spirit of transparency, are you an active real estate broker or agent at this point?
I'm a consultant.
You're a consultant for?
Florida Property Acquisitions in Tampa.
Okay. All right. Have you taken the opportunity to look at the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental reports and the structural reports that are of public record and in our agenda package tonight?
No, I have not.
You have not. So if you had, you would find that it is a sound building with zero environmental issues. I don't know that anyone has ever said that the building would be demolished. Furthermore, the early conversations indicated that the proposed sale price takes into account a reduction for a couple of years of rent. So no, we're not renting this building if the transaction occurs for $10 a year. Furthermore, I don't think that the city could go out anywhere and borrow money at this kind of interest rate, and it eases the burden on the CRA. Look, this council, a prior council already made the decision to purchase this property, and we'll have the final tonight. But I think from my perspective, it's very disingenuous for you to come make allegations about this property without being fully versed in what's in this council agenda. This council demanded the city manager spend a lot of money to go out and get a second appraisal and a Phase 2 environmental report that all came back compatible.
From what I understand, Mayor, the city obtained an appraisal originally for $480,000 or $90,000, and then the owner came up with an appraisal for $2.8 million.
That's just not true. There was an appraisal done for land value only, and that was internal. That was, I would call that a clerical error within the former CRA department. Okay? Two appraisals that are within just a few bucks of each other for the existing situation.
What is the city's plan for this parcel?
Well,
do you have any plans
for
or
at least
any
2
analysis,
years,
feasibility
it will be
studies?
occupied by the business that is there now, and possibly a third year. And I think at the state of South Dade, and I think it's the flavor of a prior council, the membership of the council and demeanor of the council has changed a little bit since this transaction began, but the idea was, and Mayor Meerbot of Cutler Bay expressed it very well at the state of South Dade, if you don't own it, you can't control it. And certainly the perspective in the past is I don't know that a tire and auto repair shop is something that we really want far into the future across the street from City Hall.
Mayor, we need infrastructure first, public safety first, and broad public benefit first. This is not a good use of public funds.
Well, you're mixing bank accounts because this is the CRA. And no one here disagrees with you with the other. And we are moving forward with those other issues.
We have a downtown that needs to be revitalized. We have Washington Avenue that we need to revitalize. We don't need to be spending all this money in one parcel, in one special.
We are going forward. You know, we have almost $9 million to deploy on Washington and Chrome Avenue. Are you just trading signals with Councilman Roth? Because it sure looks like it. And I understand that he's been an opponent of this from day one. So why don't you be fully transparent and tell us why you're really here opposing this?
I'm here to urge the council to reconsider voting on this. I don't think it's good for the public. I think we can use $2.6 million in other areas that need more improvement.
What's not good for the public are folks standing up here and spouting willful falsehoods. But thanks for coming out tonight. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to speak on any item tonight? Good evening, Mr. Hayes.
Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor Bailey. I haven't said that yet. First off, Cardell Hayes, 3910 Northeast 13th Drive. I want to say thank you to the City of Homestead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was surprised a few weeks ago. I was recognized for Black History Month. That's truly an honor. And I wanted to come here personally to say thank you. I didn't want to send out some DM to the mayor or vice mayor, oh, thank you guys. So being here is an honor. And the work that was recognized is South Dade Connections, the organization that has supported the community over the past 4 to 5 years, particularly post-COVID. I was telling Leslie and Jared, when we started off just trying to bring people together to do something good for the community. And it ramped up to something more, supporting small businesses and organizations here in far South Dade. Even better, the council here at Homestead supported us each and every year. Everyone, including Tom Davis, Julio Guzman, Fairclaw. I'm saying the names of people that are not here now, but have always supported us. The time has come as we continue to grow South Dade. South Dade Connections is taking a minimalistic approach to programming, but continuing to support. I am so happy that the City of Homestead is continuing to do the good work for Juneteenth and all the other programs that is necessary for the community. There is one more. We will not be able to do Black Business Month as an organization. So I am going to ask, and I can have the sidebar conversations with the right people for the city of Homestead to look into this and to see that having an event in the month of August supporting all businesses, organizations, and participating for Black Business Month is something that would be great for all of us. Now, I'll be honest, many of you have always heard me say, my grandson. And so that conversation is going to continue because I'm spending more and more time with him. And so that's one of the reasons for the minimizing of the organization. I'm looking to do some things different. So I want to tell you, thank you again. Truly, truly honored. God has blessed me in everything that we've done. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Perfect timing. Appreciate you sitting through this tonight. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on any matter? You've had your time limit, Mr. Rivendera. On down, Mr. Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to serve as a translator.
Hola, muy buenas noches. Voy a hablar en esta oportunidad en español porque hay varias personas que me conocen aquí. Vivo muchos años en la ciudad de Homestead. Mi nombre es Ariela Díaz. Vivo en la 288 de la ciudad de Homestead, pero vengo indignada por muchos temas que está pasando en la construcción y sobre todo en las vidas humanas.
Okay, she's saying that she's got a lot of things to talk about in regards to things that are going on in Homestead and the quality of life.
Bueno, en primer lugar, ¿no? Yo quisiera saber cómo vamos a resolver el problema del tráfico en la ciudad de Homestead.
How do we intend to take care of the traffic in the city of Homestead?
En un mes a mí me han chocado 2 veces.
Within 1 month, her car has been hit twice.
Y quisiera que ustedes, como representantes de mi ciudad bonita, como acaba de mencionar el mayor, quisiera que pongan una ordenanza estrictamente para 0 tolerancia a los teléfonos celulares.
She would like you guys, as policymakers, to take into consideration how wonderful the city is, and she wants you guys to pass an ordinance to make cell phone use more strict.
También con la ayuda de la policía, quisiera que ustedes se pongan, como dicen, manos a la obra como latinos. Y yo sé que está la ordenanza dentro del estado de la Florida, pero me gustaría tener una ciudad de Homestead mucho más organizada y bonita para el bienestar de los contribuyentes de esta ciudad.
She'd like you to work with the Homestead Police Department and put boots on the ground to make sure we get that ordinance passed so that we can live a better quality of life.
That's it. Thank you.
Before you go away, let me defer to the attorneys. Do we have that kind of jurisdictional authority to enact or enforce that kind of ordinance on behavior while driving?
It's generally preempted to Chapter 316 in the Florida statutes, but I'm happy to take a look and see what flexibility we have.
If that's
El abogado dice que va a estudiar una Florida statute para ver si es posible que la ciudad local puede implementar ese tipo de ordenancia.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So
Thank
much.
you for coming. Thank you, Julio. Anyone else? Is there anyone online? No one online. Last call for anyone in the audience for any matter on the agenda with the exception of a quasi-judicial matter. So I will now close the public comment section of the agenda. Mr. Manager, do you have any additions this evening?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we are going to withdraw car item 4927, which is tab 19.
Okay.
And also, it's my understanding that car item 4881, tab 22, is being deferred to the next council meeting. That is on the
Correct.
ADUs.
As the sponsor of that item, that is my request, and I'd be happy to go into a little bit of detail.
So we also have one addition. which is, I believe the package was a little while ago distributed. We received communication from the state this afternoon, about 1 o'clock, that there is an allocation to the city of Homestead that probably will expire soonest, and they needed an executed agreement by a certain date, which was February 23rd. We pleaded for an extension, which was granted to March 19th in the interest of time. This is simply to receive money for the victims of crimes advocates for SOS. It's for $105,000. There's no match. This is something that has routinely been done on a yearly basis. So we think that it's appropriate to bring this up as a non-agenda item tonight so that we can receive the funds on an expedited schedule. So I'm asking for your cooperation and consideration of this item.
Okay, so first we need, and this is an indefinite deferral or a total removal of the item under tab 19?
It's going to be indefinite. I'm going to withdraw this when we are ready,
tab 19?
And when the councilwoman is ready, we'll come back.
Okay. Mr. Pearl, do we need separate votes on 19 and 22?
Now, you can take a vote on this collectively. I believe we're looking for a motion for the removal of 19, the deferral
of 22,
and the addition of the addendum item that was presented by the city manager. We can take that all in one motion.
All right, we have a comprehensive motion by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Is there any discussion on this? What's that? We're going to do that right after this. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to defer indefinitely, defer to next month, and then add the grant item. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So what we'll do, Councilwoman, is after the presentation and before the consent agenda, we will deliberate on the grant item. All right. All right. So, Mr. Manager, we now have tab 1, a presentation on the water and sewer upgrades and the roadway project presentation.
So, Mayor and Council, this is your last chance to look at the design completion plans for Chrome Avenue improvements, Flagler Avenue improvements, as well as these are for water and sewer projects. Then there is also Chrome Avenue roadway improvements, inclusive of sidewalks, the beautification aspect that comes with the FTA grant. So more or less, this is a multi-project that is being combined into one solicitation and one presentation tonight.
And before you go forward, Mr. Guzman and Ariella, I think, Mr. Guzman, this presentation kind of goes to some of the issues that were raised by Ariella, also with respect to projects and other needs that were expressed by Mr. Rivendera. So I'm glad that all of you are still here to see this presentation, to be a little more educated on what we are doing. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask our consultant, Kimberly Horn, as well as our Public Works Director, to walk us through the presentation. Make it brief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the manager mentioned, I'll try to make it brief. If for any reason you need me to slow down, feel free to do so. As you all know, my name is Kyra Kangas. I'm the Public Works Director, and with me we have Caesar. He's with Kimberly and Horn, and Nikolai, he's with CES, and they are representing the signers for this project in its entirety. So first we want to point out where the project is going to take place, the construction is going to take place, and why we are doing this project. The project that we are going to be putting out for solicitation this coming Friday is going to be just one construction contract, and that construction contract is going to incorporate 3 design contracts that we have been working on for the past year and some change. Those projects encompass, as you can see, the first one, the Chrome Avenue water and sewer upgrades from Lucy Street to south of North 5th Street. The Chrome Avenue Transit Accessibility and Roadway Improvement Project from north of South Day Transitway, we call it the MDC busway as well, to north of North 4th Street. And last but not least, the Flagler Avenue water and sewer upgrades from Chrome Avenue to Campbell Drive. Why are we doing these projects? Well, because the Chrome Avenue transit accessibility is a project that the city has been working for some time as part of a grant that it received from the FDA to improve Chrome Avenue, the downtown area, to beautify it and also to make it more accessible to pedestrians. As we all know, the sidewalk currently has a trench drain in the middle, which makes just a small segment of it ADA compliant, while the other is too steep and is not. The other two larger projects, the one in blue and orange, are needed because of capacity improvements for the water and sewer components in order for us to be able to develop the city further. Here you can see a rendering of what the project hopefully will look like. This is what we designed. As you can see, the sidewalk are now continuous without a break in the middle on either side, and they will make use of the entirety of the footprint of the sidewalk, ADA compliant. You can also see that we will be improving the landscape and making some changes to the intersection in front of the Losner Park, hopefully to also do traffic calming as part of this FTA project. So what are the objectives of these three projects being built together? We want to complete the construction according to regulations and designs. We wanted to do it without delays or major issues, and we were very intent in making that happen. We coordinated extensively within reasonable costs, without any major change orders, and as short as possible duration with the least amount of interruptions to the community. And this is also one of the primary reasons why we decided to put all these projects out together. Well, this is one of the reasons why we decided to do these projects to begin with and not just do the FTA and then think of water and sewer in the future, is because if we do it once, we do it once, and we don't have to do it again in the foreseeable future. So the impact to the motorists and to the businesses is only once. Here you can see a project timeline as is being anticipated and requested in the solicitation. For phase one, which is the Chrome Avenue water and sewer construction from Lucy to the busway, we would want to start April 2026, and we project and hope that it will go through October 2026. Phase two would then pick up where we left off in the water and sewer and instead start going along Flagler from Chrome all the way to Campbell, and that should run from October 2026 to January 2027. And the last piece is phase three. This one is more intricate. This one goes from busway all the way to Fifth, and that will include a lot of improvements: water, sewer, drainage, roadway reconstruction, lighting, signalization, signing and pavement marking, etc. That will run from January 2027 through September of 2027. And just as a point of, as a note, FDA grant period of performance is through March 30th of 2028. So we would be fully within the period of performance for that grant. Now, I want to mention some of the scope items that I have already mentioned somewhat, but let's start with the water and sewer upgrades along Chrome and Flagler. For Chrome Avenue, from Lucy all the way to North 4th Street, we're going to be upsizing both the water and the sewer lines. The sewer line is our trunk line. Currently is undersized. This restricts our ability to grow and allow more developments to happen. So currently, we are, the 30 inches that you see on the second bullet is just a little piece. The majority is 24 inches. We're upsizing the whole thing to 36 so that it matches the trunk line that runs from Lucy and Chrome all the way to the wastewater treatment facility. Then we're also replacing the water line, and we're going from 8 inches to 12, which is the standard for the county and industry standard for industrial and commercial areas. For Flagler, we are also upsizing the water from 8 inches to 12, same reason and concept, but the gravity is the one that makes the most impact in this case because we are currently at capacity. There's no more growth. And with this change, it was modeled to allow us to take in the flow from, you may have not been here, Councilwoman, but the charrette and the zoning that was allowed. These improvements would allow us to do that in the future. Now, for the transit accessibility roadway project, I mentioned some of the improvements, but please note that the FDA grant is only for transit and accessibility improvements. That's the scope, and that's the only thing that that grant can fund and are matching dollars. And those are the sidewalk, the landscape, lighting, and drainage within the sidewalk, which would then eliminate any flooding in the sidewalk and mitigate flooding into the businesses. The non-FTA grant-eligible project scope is the roadway reconstruction, signalization, signing, and pavement marking, those things that are from the curb and gutter to the roadway itself. I just want to remind what Council approved back in January of 2025. These are the proposed furnishings and amenities. As you can see, those are the ones that Kim Lee Horn brought forth and were approved by Council, as well as the bus shelter. It shows the bus shelter that is seen in the right-hand side. The four-post is where right-of-way is not restricted. The cantilever, which means that it only has posts in the back and it hovers over, that is wherever we have restricted right-of-way in a sidewalk. Here we're showing where those bus shelters will be located. If you see on the upper right-hand corner, the N with the arrow, that means that north is that way, so you would have to flip it a little, rotate it, and you'll see that that is Chrome going east-west, right, left, and that's Maori. So those are the locations where the bus stops are being proposed. Here's just a copy of the tree disposition that we wanted you all to have to look over to see what was being done as far as the existing trees. This is also a list of items that were brought forth by Council during a workshop that took place back in June 18th of 2024 to let you know that all those items were taken into consideration during the design. And now we're going to talk about the most important part, which is the maintenance of traffic. So the construction sequencing. This is what most people care about when there's major construction. We, for Chrome Avenue Water and Sewer, we will start from Lucy to the busway, and that work we're estimating will take about 135 days. For the Flagler Avenue Water and Sewer, which runs from Chrome to Campbell, we anticipate that it will take about 105 days. Again, this is all subject to the contractor's schedules when they bid on the project. For Chrome Avenue, and this is the roadway portion that goes from the busway to 4th, we have segmented the project into these different segments because unfortunately those areas will have to be closed 24/7 while the work is being done, and I will show you in another slide why that is, the impact to the roadway itself. But these are the segments that we're proposing, from the busway to Maury, then the intersection of Maury. From Maury to 2nd, then the intersection of 2nd. From 2nd to 4th, then the intersection of 4th, and from 4th to 5th. We believe that this will take about 240 calendar days. There's a little more detail as to what is being done and how it will affect traffic. So, the Phase 1A, which goes from Lucy along Chrome to the busway, we will be eliminating the parking. There's currently no bulb outs there, so we would be using those spaces to always allow for one lane in each direction as it currently flows at the moment. So we eliminate the parking. We're going to maintain one lane of traffic in each direction, and work will begin at Lucy and go until it completes that phase at the busway. This is for the sewer component, which runs mainly more or less in the center of the road. Well, the new sewer. So the anticipated construction duration just for this phase, we, as engineers, we think 60 calendar days. Phase 1B would be closer to the east side of the road, and it will maintain the same one lane in each direction, except now the lanes are shifted a little, but the traffic pattern remains as is today. One lane north, one lane south, and we will be doing the water on the east side of Chrome. That one, I believe, is we anticipate 45 days for that, subject to contractor means and methods and proposed schedule. Then we go on to Flagler. We do the same thing. We're going to start the construction with a sewer, which is closer to, I would say, the north side of Flagler, or west, whatever you want to call it. And this one is going to be, since the right-of-way is a little more constrained, we will have areas where the traffic is going to be restricted to one lane only with flagging operations. The way that we ensure that the project does not rip up the whole city at once is by restricting the open trench area to no more than 750 linear feet at any given time. Meaning that if you see there one lane travel with flagging operation at each trench segment, that is that space that we're talking about. And that gives us a good compromise between the amount of trench that we want to see open at any time and the amount of work that we know that the contractor needs to do in any given time. So that project duration we think will be 60 calendar days. Then phase 2B, same as with Chrome. Now we're working on the water main, which is on the south or east side of Flagler. Same traffic pattern, one travel lane with flagging operation at each trench segment, and we anticipate the duration to be about 45 calendar days. Now, this is where it gets more interesting. This is the area of Chrome from the busway to 4th Street. We wanted to show a sample roadway segment depicting the typical utilities, and by utilities we mean underground features, so that you see why it is that we need to close these segments completely to traffic. We still maintain minimum 5-foot sidewalk on either side of the road at all time for businesses. All this has to be done by the contractor, and it's not something that they can do in one work phase, close it up, open to traffic, and open it up again, because we talked to multiple contractors and they said that that wasn't feasible. They would never be able to do something like that. And that is why we are going to be proposing that MOT pattern for this segment. We wanted to show you also a typical section, which is as if you were looking at the road and cut it and flip it so that you can see what it looks like, of all the underground features that are going to be there. And you can see on either side of the hashed area, there's 5 feet. That is depicting the area that is going to be always accessible to pedestrians in order to patronize those businesses. Phase 3 will begin the work from the busway and move all the way to the north, which is north, 5th Street, depending on which project we're talking about. Here you can see that when we go from the busway to Maury, we're going to be doing this work. We anticipate 30 days. Then we'll move on to the next segment, same thing. Next segment, same thing, and then next segment, same thing. And then lastly, for phase 3 at the very end, we go back and the contractor does all the finishing touches. So they mill and resurface the whole road. They go back and they do the temporary pavement marking. 50 days later, they come back and they do the thermoplastic. So that is the last phase of the project. I wanted to go back to the slide one last time to show you more or less what our anticipated schedule is. And I think that's a record. Any questions?
Thank you, long overdue. I mean, I learned during the tenure of Manager Estrada many years ago that we had that FT money in hand, and there was just never seemed to be any forward motion. So this is, much welcome and long overdue. And thank you for bringing it to the fore.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think there's one important public point that needs to be made. Prior to commencement of work, prior to construction, there will be a series of public outreach meetings, sharing of flyers, engagement of businesses in the CRA area, as well as having public meetings with residents of Pioneer Village. The construction sequencing is going to impact the businesses in downtown. We need to be sensitive to that, which is one of the primary reasons why construction phasing is limited to short lengths of time and short spells of the run of the street, no more than a couple of blocks at a time. Another important point is traffic will always be maintained in both directions at all times. The only biggest challenge I see here is that the entrance to Pioneer Village is going to be impacted for a short period of time, upwards of a couple of weeks, and the administration intend to work with the vice mayor, with the residents of Pioneer Village, for alternate access into Pioneer Village, for temporarily. Perhaps open one of the rear fences so that folks can utilize that area. There's no other way you can do this construction without shutting down that location, because you are digging up 4 different trenches on the street. And that's a life safety concern. So again, prior to commencement of work, there will be a series of public outreach measures being taken. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can go back to segment that includes 2nd Street, I just had a couple questions. So I understand the splits in how the construction is going to happen, but just to get a little more of a visual. So that was a relatively small piece that includes 2nd Street to close to 4th Street. When that piece starts, okay, let's say right before that piece starts, would Pioneer Village be able to come out and go north?
Yes.
And once that piece finishes, Pioneer Village could come out and go south?
Correct.
So what is your guess as far as that one segment being completely closed?
So it's what's going to impact Pioneer Village the most and its access is the work at the intersection itself.
Right.
So that one we anticipate that should take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks max, hopefully 2.
Because
that
there's
only
the
for
sewer, that's more in the center of the street.
The sewer and the drainage, yeah.
And at that time, there will be a lane open that Pioneer Village could exit.
Through North 2nd Street, no. North 2nd Street intersection itself would be fully closed. So the entrance and the exit would be somewhere towards the back of the neighborhood. We have identified, so the fences in the neighborhood, they have columns, right? And in order for this to be only an MOT-related pay item and not need additional construction from the contractor or engineering services from them, which typically contractors are not good at. What we want to do is avoid touching the columns and only focusing on opening the gated area. Because of the width that we have between columns and because of safety, what we are anticipating is to have 2 openings, one that is in and the other one that is out. That will also be wide enough for solid waste trucks, emergency vehicles, and whatnot. And those we are proposing to take place at North 2nd and North 3rd at the roundabout.
Second, what? Place or street?
So it's not the main entrance, which is street. It will be
So
the
place.
next one on the
There's
west
no
side.
grown
at the roundabout.
trees that'll be taken down there?
There will be the plans call for a landscape arborist to do some minor trimming of a tree on 2nd. On 3rd, there are no trees affected.
So 2nd Place and 3rd Street are your
Correct.
recommendations, both going out to the west side, nothing on
well,
the
one
east?
would be in and the other one would be out. So that
But
you
there will
only
be
have
no
one.
entrance or exit going out towards the east, because then you're going to have the same issue with the construction.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So you may want to point out that we intend to have expedited construction schedule. The contractor will be allowed to utilize multiple crews. The contractor will be allowed to work both day and night. And weekends. This is the only way we can get this aggressive schedule accomplished. The more you delay this type of construction, you pay more. So in order to minimize our budget exposure, we want to give them the ability and flexibility to work multiple timelines. Daytime hours, nighttime hours as well. However, during the daytime hours, there will not be any open trench. It has to always be covered with plates. Thanks.
Mr. Manager, and in that regard, and not to belabor the point, I know we have a long night ahead of us. Have we looked at how the calendar falls? Is this going to impact being able to have Winter Wonderland in Losner Park? Do we need to look for alternate locations for the coming year?
It's
something to think about.
Yeah, we'll think about that. It's too early in the construction schedule to predict when we're going to hit Losner Park on Chrome.
Gotcha. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure we're also communicating with Miami-Dade County Fire Rescue and other agencies that will be having to use an alternate egress access point for Pioneer Village. I know our police will be very knowledgeable of it, but we need to make sure the county's aware.
Whenever construction of this type, we have to coordinate with them as well as any hospital services so that whenever they dispatch, they know not to hit a roadblock.
Well, the fire station is on the west side, so they would have quicker access to us.
Thank you. Anything? Yes, Councilwoman. I'm sorry, Councilman, and then Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Love the design. Love the expedited construction. I just would like to get some clarification, because I recall the walkthrough on Crum Avenue. I recall the discussion we had about inquiring regarding removing the parking. But then this is what I recalled next. Was there do we have the finalized plan on how we're going to provide alternate parking for what we're removing from downtown? Is that something we can discuss between now and the time construction starts? I think that's kind of prudent, right, for the businesses?
I think what the presenter, the Public Works Director, mentioned was elimination of parking during the construction time.
No, but the design has the parking on parallel parking on Crum Avenue removed, does it not?
During construction.
Some of it.
Some, but the final
The
design
final plan is what the council
does or
wanted.
does it not remove parking that's existing today on Crum Avenue? So
On the historic district, no.
So Crum Avenue parking that we have today, we will continue to have after
Correct.
the finalization of this project?
Yes.
So that was an adjustment to the plan that we did
The
during the
last meeting.
walkthrough.
Okay, so also, can I please have an updated copy of the presentation? I noticed that some slides that we're seeing here are not in the packet. So just to clarify for those business owners that have been very concerned about what they're going to do with parking, they're going to continue to have the same amount of parking on Crum Avenue that they have now as a result of finalizing this project.
Correct. At the end of the construction, yes.
Correct. I understand during construction there's going to be phasing and moving around, but the renderings, pictures that I saw here, I don't recall seeing
Yes.
like
let me show
parking
you.
lines and whatnot on Crum Avenue. So
They
that's-
don't have parking line differentiated because it's only a rendering, but here you can see that one includes.
Right, those are the pictures
a
we
shop.
reviewed and approved for the light poles, but the one where you have the rendering of what it's going to look like, that
And that
one.
one also includes the
Okay.
offset for the parking.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And
That's-
remember, we're building the parking lot behind Jacobson's.
Right, for,
That's moving forward.
yes, okay. But thank you for clarifying that.
Very good. Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry,
I- I-
Councilman. Sorry.
Yeah, and that was kind of my concern, because originally we had taken out the parking along Crum Avenue.
In certain places.
Yeah, and I think it was more so to allow for outdoor dining purposes and things like that. And you're mentioning that we're going to have the exact same number of parking spaces along Crum Avenue after construction, and then we're able to adjust that if restaurants come in and then want to do expansions of sidewalks for outdoor eating.
We have to get you the exact number. There are some eliminations due to comments that we received from the county, but that might, off the top of my head, that was a while. I think it's about maybe 5 in total out of 60 something.
Then we're going to reconfigure some of the side streets to accommodate more parking, so that they don't have to walk all the way from the parking garage to, let's say, Second Drive or beyond, north of that to Fourth. So that was just my concern, because people have been calling me like, well, "What are you doing with the sidewalks in the parking spaces?" I said, "Well, I'm not sure." I think I mentioned that in my one-ons with the other day.
Can you state on the record what is the final status of the sidewalks? You're going to maintain the exact width of the sidewalks?
The exact footprint, but now the width, the usable width is the whole footprint. Whereas before, the usable width, if you're ADA, right? If you have some sort of disability, your width is restricted to that one, which is 2% cross loop, about 5 feet or 6 feet on either side. Now we're making the entire footprint ADA accessible, which is now fully usable sidewalk. That will go anywhere from, I believe, at the narrowest point, very few areas is about 8 feet. The majority is about 10.
Mostly because of the planters also.
Yeah, so the width is coming from the removal of the planters.
There is some width augmentation because of the planter remover. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Through the manager, if I can just get a diagram of the parking spaces that will be removed so that I can speak more clearly and transparently to any businesses that call me, et cetera. Thank you.
Yeah. Is that it, Councilman Roth? Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move to the consent agenda, and then we'll insert the add-on item. So, moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, let's go to the added item, the grant, Mr. Manager. Or do we have a motion?
We have a resolution.
Oh, go ahead,
I'm
read the
sorry, Mr.
resolution.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the State of Florida Office of Attorney General in order to provide victim advocacy services to crime victims, training of victim advocates, and approving grant agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute and implement the grant agreement, establishing a budget in the amount of $105,594 for the expenditure of grant funds, and providing for an effective date.
Do we have a motion on this item? Moved by Ross, seconded by Cannonball. We beat you to it. Is there any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote on this item.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ron?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mr. White, the floor is yours.
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given in Stu 8. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 6 and 7 on the agenda.
I think we had unanimity on 6. I didn't have anything on 7 that I recall.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on tab 6. Anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on tab 6, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 6, card number 4915, is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by Bama LLC and Penco LLC of an approximately 62.35 acre parcel of land from agricultural AU zoning district to one family, 1/2 acre estate A2 zoning district for property generally located south of Southwest 296, north of 302nd Street, west of Southwest 192nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Arza? I know we spoke at length regarding this at the,
Yes,
the LPA.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. In light of both how long it's taken us to get here and how much longer you have to go, I am happy to forego any formal presentation since I did so previously, but happy to answer any questions.
We'll take tab 6, which is a rezoning, and then the agreement
I
separately.
I just may make a couple comments on
We'll just
tab
do that.
7.
Do that separately in the next discussion. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item, on the rezoning item only? Okay, is there anyone online? All right, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final comments from council? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. On this particular item, I notate that it is pretty compatible with the surrounding areas, and my understanding is that that without this rezoning, you would be having a incompatible zone use, right? Like ag on residential. The rights run with the land. So I don't see how we could not how we could keep it from being developed, but out of principle, I will not be supporting this item tonight, but I do look forward to being able to provide comments and suggestions on site plan when it does come to us. So I appreciate that. But out of respect to Lennar in general, I know that Lennar is a great corporate citizen. They provide a lot of community benefits, and they really do have great design and take into consideration and modify their site plans to meet the needs of the council members. So I appreciate the collaboration, but on this particular item, I will have to decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
I was going to save it for the next one, but I will put my 2 cents in real quick as well. Obviously, we as residents of Homestead want to hold on to that ag land. I am very happy that we had at least one person come out and still try to fight for things, but it is hard to understand what those rights are. One thing I would like to say now is, you know, as we spoke during our discussions, we don't have many of these types of lots left. These are the estate lots. This represents old homestead, at least in my eyes. So I would really work hard at not coming back with any variances. If it means getting rid of a lot or two and making sure that we are at least holding to what that half-acre requirements are, I would really like to see that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anything further, Council? And I appreciate the Councilwoman's, you know, comments and clarification of your earlier vote at the LPA. Just out of my, you know, out of my academic curiosity, look, I lament the loss of our open space. I'm not a big fan of cookie cutter homes either. I'd love to see that available for somebody that's going to be built to do some custom architecturally diverse homes. But as many builders have told me, that's not reality anymore. There aren't any small builders left, much less any medium-sized builders. So, you know, I guess my question in that regard to either of my council colleagues who voted in the negative at the LPA, what the thoughts? Just remain open, larger lots, either of you the thought process, because I'm always struggling for that middle ground and the alternative. So I'm just curious, you know, would 1 acre lots do it or as is? Just
Thank you, Mayor. I think this agenda item is only for the rezoning. It's not for site plan on
no,
the size
correct.
of the lots.
But this rezoning allows up to 2 homes per acre.
Right, and in discussion, my understanding
Yeah.
is their plan is to not do, you know, the full amount, close to it probably.
Okay.
But, you know, it's currently being farmed.
Not that it matters, but for the record, it's my understanding that neither of the 2 parcels at hand are owned by farmers and haven't been for many, many, many years. These have been investor-owned. Are they being farmed? Yes. These are not farmers cashing out. To the extent it's relevant, you know, I think that's important.
I agree with you, Mayor. I've just reserved the right to, you know, make my
No,
comments. Thank you.
absolutely appreciate and respect that. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve tab 6? Moved by Councilman Cannonball. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Fletcher. So let's have a roll call vote on tab 6.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Konski? Councilman Ross? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Bailey?
Looking forward to see your A game. Yes.
Mayor Losner? Sorry.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, let's move on to tab 7.
Tab 7 is a companion item. This is car number 4917. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a public school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement between the city, Miami-Dade County School Board, Penco, BAMA, and Lennar Homes, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Quick presentation. We've seen these in the past.
Yeah, this is standard fare and development. The school tri-party agreement between the city, the school district, and the county. And so there's a school deficiency in the area. Any developer has to pay. The money goes to the school district, and then they, you know.
And we enforce that through the permitting and CO process, basically.
Exactly. So this will allow us, and that payment has to be made, obviously, in connection with the plat process at the county. But this will approve the agreement, and just part of the development process.
So there's nothing further from council. Let me open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience? Is there anyone online? No one online? Last call for in-person discussion on this item. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 8.
7,
7, I'm sorry. Looking at 8.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Ron?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
thank
evening.
you, Mr. Arza. Tab 8. Mr. White, Pearl?
Yeah, we're finished with that section
Yes.
of the meeting. For the tab 8 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 19 of the City Code by creating Article 8 entitled Squatters by adding definitions, providing for methods of enforcement, referencing sections 82.036 and 82.037 of the Florida statutes, and requiring information to be submitted to the city for enforcement against violations, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Any objection to waiving the staff report on this item? Are there any questions from council? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Cannibal, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. There's nothing further. Let's have a roll call vote on tab 8.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Canaval?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losman?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right.
Tab,
If in respect of the time of the tax collector who's joined us, if we could deviate
Yes.
to that item, which is tab 17, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, right.
Yes. Any objection to jumping to tab 17? And we welcome our Miami-Dade tax collector, Dario Fernandez.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Pull that down.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Dario Fernandez, Miami-Dade County Tax Collector. I'm here today in support of item CAR 4919 that create coordination between the City of Homestead and my office to ensure that business tax receipts are issued and renewed in full compliance with the law. For more than 60 years, the Cuban Communist and Socialist regime has oppressed the people of Cuba and depend on support from other countries to stay in power. Many families in our community understand this reality firsthand. This is why full compliance with federal laws and authorization requirements is essential. The City of Homestead is taking the responsibility approach by promoting clarity, proper communication, and careful review of any businesses affected by federal restriction under the appropriate legal framework. I want to thank Mayor Losner for his leadership and Councilwoman Erica and Councilwoman Clement for sponsoring this important item and prioritizing accountability and compliance. This resolution promotes consistent enforcement, clear coordination, and transparency in the licensing process. My offices stand ready to work with the town manager, mayor, and council to support compliance and protect the integrity of this process. Thank you for your consideration. God bless the City of Homestead, and God bless the United States of America. I always say that, the issue with Cuba is important because this is not just about politics. This is about national security for the United States of America. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you for coming down and sitting through some of our
Thank you.
process tonight. Mr. Pearl, let's get it, the resolution before us.
bear with me for just a moment.
Sure.
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, urging President Donald J. Trump to direct all relevant federal agencies to immediately suspend all applicable Cuba-related authorizations, general licenses, specific licenses, license exceptions, and other approvals for exports, re-exports, financial transactions, services, or business activities to or involving Cuba, except as statutorily required for food and medicine, pending comprehensive audits to ensure no support or benefit is provided to the Cuban regime or its entities, and review of the nature, end use, and ultimate destination of such activities, urging the Florida legislature to enact Senate Bill 1176, House Bill 1397, or similar legislation that would require any applicants for a local business tax receipt or renewal thereof to conduct transactions subject to a federal sanctions programs to exhibit an active license or authorization from the Office of Foreign Asset Control, amending the city's 2026 legislative priorities as adopted by Resolution 2005-11-160, authorizing and directing the city manager to work with and support the Miami-Dade County Tax Collector to ensure that all applicable federal, state, and local laws governing business tax receipts and related compliance requirements are properly followed and enforced, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. That's almost as big a mouthful as the pension item. All right. Questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to bring this item forward, co-sponsored by my colleague, Councilman Canaval. And this is not going to affect any businesses that are operating justly and under the proper regulations. It is to ensure that there's no support or benefit providing to the Cuban regime or its entities, and it is authorizing the city manager to work with and support the Miami-Dade County Tax Collector, not to initiate their own initiatives, et cetera. So this is really just expressing that the City of Homestead stands for freedom and thank you, and supports the county's unanimous vote to act on their resolutions, as well as the City of Miami, City of Coral Gables, and coming from a Cuban family, this is something paramount that I really hope we'll have a unanimous agreement for tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cannonball, anything further? Appreciate your co-sponsorship of this item. Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. When I first read it, my only concern was, as I'm sure most people have friends, I have teachers that are Cuban, they're constantly sending their families things that they need, sending them money. We are 100% sure that that is not going to hurt any of our residents who are trying to help their families, specifically in Cuba.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Vice Mayor. I intimately know many friends, colleagues that use those services, and I specifically asked, and the reality is that they want this to pass. This is how you crush communism, is by defunding anything that supports their business. So it is possible that a business is identified by the Miami-Dade Tax Collector and could be pulled for doing business. But that is not necessarily an objection from the Cuban community. I hope that...
No, that definitely clarifies a lot, and as I spoke with City Manager's office, that information does end up coming back to us. So as we are looking at how it is specifically affecting or not affecting our local businesses, that we just keep an eye out for our residents that are using some of those services to help their families that need that help. So I just would appreciate any updates as you receive them.
Sure. I think our responsibility is to liaise with the tax collector, and whatever information we receive on a monthly basis, we share with Mayor and Council.
All right, thank you. Again, thank you, Tax Collector Fernandez. So we have a motion and a second. We've had public input. Let's have a roll call vote.
No, I don't think
No, yes, you moved it. You seconded it, yeah.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Moving on to tab 9.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 9 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 16, Local Business Taxes and Business Regulations, Article 2, Local Business Tax Receipts, Section 16-40, Schedule of Local Business Taxes, by adopting the North American Industry Classification System Manual to replace the standard industrial classification system as the standard by which all businesses, occupations, and professions subject to a local business tax shall be classified, repealing and replacing related provisions to reflect the adoption of the NAICS manual, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to the waiver of the staff report? Are there any questions or comments from council? Do we have a motion to approve this item? One first. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Konski. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 10.
Tab 10 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 1, generally to create Section 30-405.2 entitled Frontage, definition for addressing purposes, establishing standards for determining official property addressing for interior lots, corner lots, vacant parcels, commercial and mixed-use properties, and double frontage lots, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report on this item? Didn't think so. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski? Yes. Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion.
Motion carries. All right. Tab 11, Mr. Pearl.
Tab 11 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the Stormwater Utility Fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $2 million, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Waive the staff report. This is to provide for some additional funding. Do we have a move by Vice Mayor Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannavale? Let's have a roll call, please, on tab 10, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And second reading on tab 12.
Yes. Tab 12 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the firefighters' retirement plan at Article 4 of Chapter 22.5, Retirement Programs, Article 5, Firefighters' Retirement Plan of the City Code by amending Section 22.5-277, Reserve to be titled Funding Stabilization Reserve Account to provide for annual distributions to eligible members, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report on this second reading? Do we have a motion to approve? Tab 12. Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Vice Mayor Bailey. Roll call, please, on tab 12.
Councilman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale? Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. That takes us to a resolution under tab 12, Mr. Pearl.
Tab
13.
Sorry. Yes. Tab 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, acknowledging and formally adopting direction provided to city staff at a council workshop regarding uncollected utility fees, directing the city manager and appropriate departments to implement specific remedial actions, providing for implementation, providing for reporting, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report? Do we have a motion to approve this item?
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Bailey, second by Councilman Roth. Any comments?
I just want to say this is the one we talked about where we're going to start
The process.
The process. It's a long time coming. I spoke to a gentleman today just as a backstory to this. Apparently he does a lot of evictions on properties in the city of Homestead, and he's surprised at how long after the tenant has been evicted, the power and water stays on. In some cases, 6 to 8 months, knowing we're not going to get paid for any of that. So this will help that process and help eliminate some of those situations where we're not receiving monies for utilities provided. So thank you to staff for doing all this work, because it's going to be a big push to get some of these uncollected revenues brought back to the city, and hopefully it'll help
into the enterprise.
Yeah, into the enterprise, and help us with infrastructure issues and things that we can eventually start paying for. So thank you to staff for all the work you did on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same conversation with, I'm assuming, the same gentleman, because I can't imagine this is happening often. But in that particular case, what is the issue, or can you identify the break in the process, and how is this, the action items we're approving tonight going to help avoid that from happening? Or do we already have a process, we just have to implement it?
So the first phase is the mailers that started on the 13th to notify customers that their past due balances need to be made up to date or come into a payment plan. The second phase is the tagging process, which will start after March 16th, which will give a full month so all customers are notified. After that, if you are past due balances, you are subject to disconnection. So that is the piece that is missing. The actual disconnection of
Disconnect
past
piece.
due balances.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Very good, thank you. Does that conclude the questions or comments from council? So let's have a roll call vote on tab 13.
Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion
Moving on to tab 14. Mr. Pearl?
Tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida concerning authorized signatories on city checks, wire transfers, and related financial instruments, superseding a portion of the prior resolution 2011-10-104 on the same subject matter, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? We have a motion to approve. Moved by the Vice Mayor.
Second.
Second by Councilman Cannavale. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And Mr. Pearl, tab 15, please.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a purchase-sale agreement, authorizing the execution of a triple net lease agreement, authorizing the issuance of a note in an amount not to exceed $1,666,812 to secure a loan for the purchase of a property from the sellers of the property located at 406 Washington Avenue, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues for the payment of the loan, providing for security for the note, approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of a loan agreement, authorizing a note and such other documents as may be necessary in connection with the loan, providing for severability, providing for a repealer, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Rather than staff report, I'll let staff address any questions that members of council may have with respect to this item. Are there any questions or comments on this item from council? Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I still stand in objection to this item in general, and I can't see myself approving financing the acquisition of it. We have properties already in our coffers that we can't get deals done with, and adding another property to our inventory, especially this one, that land value as is what we want it for, and this price is just way beyond. Price per square footage is just not, in my professional opinion, where we should be investing our money. And the gentleman that spoke earlier, he had sound comments, and he had the right to speak the items that he was speaking. And the reality is that this is not providing a return. It's not for an immediate plan. It's not adding to the livability or the profitability for businesses in downtown. There's no public benefit. It's for a future plan that we don't have, and this is just not a good investment in my opinion. So I will be not supporting this item again.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anything further? Councilwoman? Vice Mayor? Thank you, Vice Mayor Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have obviously had many discussions on this. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I was greatly inspired by the charrettes at the State of the City with Mayor Mirbot speaking about acquiring land. I do believe that there are specific places that we as a city should hold on to. I have always prided myself in voting honestly and with my heart. I am apologizing right now. I am really embarrassed to say this, but I was always sure that the parking lot next to the Goodyear was part of the deal. So having frontage on Chrome and having frontage on Washington Avenue was one of the bigger pieces that I was hopeful for. Not having that parking lot really changed things. You can ask staff. I almost cried. I think that it is incredibly, I can't even apologize enough that somehow that fell through the cracks for me. I typically take my time and look at things. I was 100% sure that that parking lot was included. And when I was speaking with the CRA director and talking about other opportunities that we would have in the meantime, of course there's concerns with not having the marketplace taking off yet. Not having that parking lot honestly was a big deal for me. So I don't know if I can support it without that. I was really hopeful with a vision to be able to do something great on that corner, but just on the corner of Washington Avenue, like I said. From what the CRA director says, the person who owns the parking lot is absolutely not interested in selling. That was another question that I had right away. Are we able to at least then acquire that lot? So I'm sorry, but I am going to have to change my mind not having that parking lot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor. Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate everybody's comments so far. One of my major concerns is what other properties do we still need to get to for the long-term plan of the downtown Charette planning process. I too had the question in regards to the parking lot. I know there's some adjacent properties that we're also going to be looking at in the future. A couple of basic questions were answered for me. I've always asked this question in the past, and a lot of these times these things become very political. But I actually have a recommendation from city staff to approve this purchase and long-term plan. But I would look at the manager or the CRA director and say, if this was your money, would you buy this piece of property? You're telling me you're requesting us recommendation for us to approve it. If this was your money and you're going to buy this property, would you do this? No answer. That gives me a little concern, but it doesn't change my resolve on what I think we need to do. Is this necessary to complete our vision for downtown? Is this piece of property? Can someone give me an answer to that?
This one particular piece of property, like all of the core downtown, has a future place in that vision that was formulated by the community and accepted by the board. Is it absolutely critical? No. No piece of property is critical in that vision. It is a part of the overall fabric, though, of that future plan for downtown.
Okay, thank you for that. And for some of the adjacent properties, again, I understand the parking lot is not for sale. The current owner is not interested. But some of the other properties that are around it, have we discussed that with those property owners, and are they willing to look at that in the future?
At this time, we have not had those discussions, and I would share with the board, as I think I had shared with you, council member, the discussions that we had initially had with the parking lot owner was not for this purpose. It was related to potential acquisition for expanding parking. We have not, however, had any conversations with any other adjacent property owners.
Okay, and finally, just for clarification, the gentleman that spoke earlier talked about expending taxpayer funds on this purchase. Although CRA money is taxpayer funds, it's specifically for a certain area of the city. We're spending taxpayer funds on Chrome Avenue, doing a whole lot of upgrades. We just saw that earlier tonight. I think this is a benefit for that process. I will be supporting this item tonight. Doesn't look like long term that I think, it's going to be occupied for someone for some period of time, maybe longer than the 3-year period. So I think we can get some of our investment back long term. With that, I'll yield for any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. And Vice Mayor, to your concern, yeah, for me, parking is a really big concern. I don't think the parking garage is sufficient. It's not centrally located. You know, we're going to have a small parking lot behind Jacobson's, and I think we're all kind of getting a little bit of mixed signals on sidewalk width and is parking coming out is in the Chrome issues. And I've kind of cast about and spoken with the manager and the CRA director together about finding parking islands. And one thing I can, to your point of the parking lot, one thing I came up with, and I don't know that it's been addressed with the corner, the parking lot to the west of this property. Clearly, that has to travel with that building. They have no parking but for that lot. I mean, as far back as I can remember, when that was a big cafeteria there, the sign, until Andrew, the sign still said Barnett Cafeteria parking. But let me come back to the point. I think we're at the point in the life of this city where we can get really creative and perhaps even in the future go to that property owner and acquire air rights where a parking garage is done, where the owner still retains the surface rights, and we can acquire air rights over that corner for a parking structure. So I guess my point to that is we're not totally wiped out there. That is not off the table. And certainly, had it been connected to this, that changes a lot of things. I think that this did, it became political. That's, my colleague's right to make it political. But I just want to say, for the record, the council asked for deep environmental studies. They were provided. They came back clear. Structural studies came back solid, pardon the pun. So this is not about slandering this property or these property owners. This is a policy decision. My problem with the speaker earlier is that he made allegations that were not borne out by the facts and by the homework that apparently some of his colleagues here, asked to be done. So it's just a policy. Are we going to control our destiny or not? I think we missed the boat on Palms Plaza right across the street. The words of Mayor Mearbot, if you don't own it, you don't control it. We know that, 3 years in the future, at the furthest, there will no longer be a tire and auto repair shop at that location. When we look back and see how things have changed in Homestead for the better in the last 18 to 24 months and what the future may bring, I still feel, and look, the CRA director brought this item to the table. Am I friends with the owners? Absolutely. I've known Mr. Pedersen since the mid-1980s. Am I their attorney? No. Do I have financial dealings with them? No. Don't judge them by me or where they are politically. Judge them by what's right for Homestead. And I think we've, previously, and we all have the right to change our minds, but, technically we've gotten all the information that this council asked for, and I think we can be certain that for the next 24 to 36 months, we're not going to have another vacant building, and I'm confident that the next council will be able to find a really good tenant or use perhaps without demolishing the building that's not even on our radar today. But without that, without ownership, we don't get to control it. So with that, do we have yes, sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, it wasn't the fact that I wanted the additional parking. It was the frontage of Chrome Avenue. Any successful downtown, that parking garage is close enough. People complaining that those are Miami complaints. You know, you have to walk half a mile. I don't think that's an issue. If it's an area where you want to visit, we went to a Boys and Girls Club thing in Wynwood, and yeah, you have to park far, you have to walk if it's something that's worth visiting. So it wasn't that I was looking for the parking. I saw it as a great investment having Chrome and Washington. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. I don't think there was a motion on the table, was there?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. And this is tab, what is this, tab 15? 15, tab 15, the purchase, car number 4829. So if there's no further comment from council, let's put this to rest. A roll call vote.
Councilman Roth?
No.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky?
No.
Vice Mayor Bailey? No. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion fails.
Thank you. My deep personal apologies to the property owners. In my opinion, you have been significantly wronged by the majority. It's their discretion to do so, and you act in the manner that you need to act.
I'm sorry, given that this has failed, if I can, we now have no funding, so we're within the due diligence period, and the manager's going to have to take some action to exercise the city's rights under the due diligence in the absence of the funding to terminate and the city's discretion to move forward. Can I have a motion to direct the manager?
Motion to direct to terminate.
To direct the manager to terminate that?
Okay. Moved by Councilwoman Avila to terminate. We have a second. Second by Councilman Roth. Let's have a roll call vote on the direction to terminate.
Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Out of principle, no. I know in reality there's no funding, so it's got to be terminated.
Motion failed.
Okay,
Carried,
motion
sorry.
carried. Motion to terminate, to direct the manager to provide notice of termination passes. All right, let's move on to tab 16.
Tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to Blue Island Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Corp. and JCR Mechanical Contractor, Inc. for ITB 2026-01 HVAC repair and refrigeration, equipment, maintenance, and providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. If there are no objection, we'll waive the staff report and we'll open the floor to any questions or comments from council on tab 16.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, just as a side in my one-on-ones with staff, again, I want to make sure that we're getting the message out to local business owners that we need them to engage in our process if they want to be involved with the city. I asked where this current business is located, and it works out of a house in the city of Homestead, but their business address is their home address. Take a picture of their trucks in front of the house. So I'm kind of glad they live here in the city of Homestead, but they're doing business out of their house. So, this is a lot of money we're spending with a small company. I think that, are we sure they have the capability to perform the actions needed?
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you for the due diligence on that. Okay. Anything further?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Council, just on the record, subsequent to this conversation with Councilman Fletcher, I asked the procurement director to carry out additional due diligence measures. So I'm going to ask the procurement director on the record to state what her findings.
Good evening. So yes, we performed the due diligence on both of the vendors and reached out. Can you hear me better? Okay. And reached out to their references, and all came back with good references. Let's see, for So for Blue Island, we reached out to several of theirs, which were Papa Joe's Waterfront, 15th Street Fisheries, and Lakeshore Community Association. They all came back with good reviews. As well as for JCR, we reached out to several of their references as well, and again, they all had good references.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yes.
In case I forget later on under council comments, could you remind me, please, to talk about WeWork, which I think is a solution that might satisfy Councilman Fletcher's concerns and mine as well. So you make a very valid point, but I just don't want to forget. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add, Kamar just reminded me, so what we're going to do at the end of the month, we're planning to, beyond just the advertising that she asked me to bring up, so South Dade Chamber of Commerce, we are now advertising with them as well to get the word out to the local vendors. But our plan is to also host an event the end of the month to our local vendors to sort of like a roundtable to ask what it is that maybe why they're not bidding on some of our projects, and so we can work with them to get them to participate more often.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can make a comment on that as well.
Certainly.
I really love hearing that that's going to be an initiative. Several years ago, I was designated as the council liaison to the South Dade Chamber of Commerce, and it wasn't really formalized, but going to those meetings and sharing information and bringing back, sharing events, et cetera, it's really key, and that type of participation is necessary. I would really like for someone to be designated again. I volunteer to re-engage as a member of the chamber as is. I am already participating, but not having that authority to be representing the city and bringing back would be, a disconnect in some cases. So
Yeah,
I'd
we
like
can
to
perhaps
have
do that under my business if time allows and we all remember.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman.
So just a quick thought to Ms. Brown. On our community calendar, would it be appropriate to post city bids?
We are able to add a designated tab for city business that would redirect. So yes, we can explore that opportunity.
Okay, so that's an opportunity with, I'll discuss a little bit about our community calendar in my business, but something to think of. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion on this item? I don't recall. Was it on the table? Do we have a motion? Okay, so moved by Cannonball. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. Does that include the comments on tab 16?
One.
Yes, Councilman Roth.
Just to back up Councilman Fletcher's comment, do we have a performance kick out in case they fail to perform?
Yes, we do. We have termination for cause and convenience in our contracts.
You could have just said yes over there.
She's on the tape. We can hear that. Thank you. All right, so I think we have a motion and a second. If that concludes the questions or comments, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Konsky?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes. So I think it's that time of night when we need to do a couple of things. Move to extend this and any other meetings that are scheduled for tonight to 9:30, just as a safeguard, and recess here for 5 minutes. So moved. All in favor? All right, 5 minutes. Okay. It looks like we made it in 5 minutes or less, and somewhere in the home stretch here. Takes us tab 18, is that correct, Mr. Pearl?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the agreement with Crown Castle for private MPLS fiber network connectivity and redundant internet service in an amount not to exceed $1,121,604, utilizing the General Services Administration Contract Number GS35F-465DA, exempting the purchase from competitive bidding in accordance with Section 2-411.12A of the City Code, authorizing the city manager to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, authorizing the manager to approve a price adjustment of up to 10%, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right. So implicit in Councilman Ross' moving of the items, we're going to waive the staff report. And Cannonball, did you second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments from council on tab 18? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so we have deferred tabs 19 and 20, correct?
Tab 19 was
No,
withdrawn.
19
was withdrawn.
Was withdrawn.
20 we need to deal with.
20 we need to do.
deal with. Yes, okay.
So,
All right, tab 20, Mr. Pearl.
Tab 20 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30, Zoning, Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 2, Off-Street Parking to modify regulations and standards related to temporary parking of boats, and further establishing regulations concerning parking within the private rights-of-way permitted within private residential developments, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Very good. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. If there's a way to mirror all my comments from LPA and just repeat them back play right now, I would. But again, I just seek your support in passing first reading, and that we will do our due diligence and address as best as possible any items and issues and questions and discrepancies that come up in between. And as you know, we've heard tonight, there is opportunity and room to explore other issues relating to the same. So we'll see it again at second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just ask that whoever makes a motion that agrees that implicit in that is the compiling of the information we asked for at the LPA, with respect to all the associations that we can locate,
Yeah, that's
to see what they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have a motion on this item?
I'll move.
Moved by Councilman Cannonball.
Second.
We have a second? Who seconded it? Of course. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so let's have a roll call vote on first reading.
Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
No.
The motion carries.
All right, and we have then deferred tab 22 regarding potential accessory dwelling unit legislation.
Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
I think you're skipping tab
Did I miss?
21.
Did I miss 21? Oh, okay.
City
All
logo.
right, very good. Mr. Pearl.
Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting the new official city logo, amending the city color palette, providing for the retirement and grandfathering of prior city logo, establishing use, regulation, and approval requirements for the new city logo, providing for administration and transition, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Very good, thank you. Obviously, this was my request to go on the agenda. Matter of personal preference, I wanted to hear from the rest of you. I know that many of you on parade signage and other correspondence are now using the round seal rather that we adopted as an ancillary seal. We did adopt it, but we retained what's been referred to as the tombstone as the official seal. This calls for retiring that out and moving to the round seal. I think for design purposes and style. again, my personal taste, I really like the round one much more than the tombstone. It'll be around for a while. It'll be on these binders. It'll be on police cars. It'll be.
You know, the church that I made myself because I'm not going to throw them away.
Your what? Yeah. So that
If
was
I may?
awesome. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman?
I think that the tombstone, I wish there was a better word for that, but I find this to be very formal and very respected, and that the circle one is more casual, more useful, and for all intents and purposes of moving forward and on branding, I think that we should go with the circle one. It's more attractive, it fits better, but this is retiring it, but if we, as council members or future councils, were to prefer this, does this restrict them from being able to use this one in lieu of another one?
They could bring it back and
So like, for example, on flyers, maybe this actually looks better on a certain brand, branded flyer. So can we just leave for,
well, and maybe the title here, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, we're adopting the primary city logo. So the round would be used primarily,
Okay.
but there may be times when each council member are given a design, we could still, future councils could revert back to, okay, who's the geometry expert? What's the official name of that shape
but would it
other
require,
than tombstone?
Would it require an act of council for a
No.
council? Okay, and forgive me, but due to the length of this agenda, I kind of skipped over reviewing the city logo one. So there's nothing in here that would restrict us from being able to use this without any regulation or restriction.
No, because, we were using the round one.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving.
All right, moved by
Hold on.
Councilman Cannonball,
I'll
seconded by
second.
Councilwoman Avila.
Wait, just, I want to clarify the point, because the resolution, with retirement and the grandfather, states that notwithstanding the foregoing, the prior city logo may continue to be used for the purposes of exhausting existing inventory material, signage, publications, or digital assets that were produced or in circulation prior to the effective date of the resolution. No new materials, reproductions, or uses of the prior city logo shall be initiated after the effective date of
Unless,
this resolution,
could you add it,
expressly
unless authorized by council?
by the city manager or designee. So
Okay.
that delegate, the manager has the authority.
Okay.
Under
Can
the
you just list city council members
Yeah.
as designees? Because I think that's more so for vendors, third parties, that they can't use the document,
What-
use the
I mean,
logo.
I
And
think
that's
Whatever's necessary to allow it to seamlessly be used as a secondary symbol.
Secondary? Okay.
Thank
so
you.
I just,
All right, roll call. Yes,
Just
Councilman
a
Roth.
point, just so I'm clear. Does that mean I can still wear the shirts I own today?
Yeah.
And Zuri, you got me those hats, thank you, but I think they're outdated now.
No. They're collector's items now.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So we'll need new hats with the new one.
All right. And we've adopted, so there's no question on the colors. That's built into that. Well, I think that's the reproduction. That's not necessarily what's the real, yeah. Okay, so let's have a roll call on that. Anything? We good over here? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Konski?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Let me touch real quickly on tab 22. There was a statute that was moving forward in the legislature that would have preempted all of our ordinances and would have mandated that by December 1st, we enact legislation to affirmatively permit accessory dwelling units in any single-family residential neighborhood. So just in the last couple of days, the advice I have from our folks in Tallahassee, that may be stalled. I'll tell you, I am not a proponent of ADUs. I was just trying to get ahead of state statute. So a month delay on 22 will give us a better feel. Did that revive itself as the legislature went forward? So, in my view, there was no need to go forward with this tonight because it's not really looming at this point. It may be next month. We'll see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that moves to, I need to announce a vacancy on the Affordable Housing Committee for the Banking for Affordable Housing. Is this Mr. Pruna?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So just want to put on your radar that, and there are very specific categories and eligibility, and it's one that is a mandated position. So we need to find someone currently involved in banking that deals with affordable housing. Not exclusively, but that's in the wheelhouse. Now, and I'll ask you, Deputy Manager Brown, is banking used in the traditional term, or would it be other, not mainline banking, but financial services?
So the ordinance stipulates banking. Now, we can maybe speak with the city attorney to determine if banking and financial services, if there's an alignment. So I can follow up with the city attorney's office, and we can make a determination and report back to council.
Okay. Well, just, we'll go ahead and advertise it as banking, and I want to put that on all of your radars for, potential qualified folks, with that caveat that it may or may not be very tightly defined.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you,
Councilwoman?
Mayor. If I am so appointed as the chamber liaison, this would be great to add to the list of things that I should share at the upcoming chamber meetings.
Okay.
It would be nice if I could have help creating the list of things.
So
to
we
share.
will provide a succinct list of all the categories that were outlined in the ordinance, and then we will work with the clerk to put a flyer out, the clerk of the communications division, to put a flyer out, and we'll circulate it with the South Day Chamber.
And this is the
accordingly.
only vacancy
But
at this
that-
time, and
that is
this
correct.
is an absolute mandated
That is
category.
correct. That is correct.
And Mayor, is there another vacancy on the pension board that needs to be filled?
I understand that I've heard out in the public that some resumes or applications have been submitted to the clerk in the last few days, at least one on the police pension board.
And it was forwarded to your staff, Mayor.
Okay, I haven't seen that yet. I got a phone call telling me to, heads up, and that was, I think, last night.
So, Mayor and Council, this has to do with monies that come from the state. So, I don't know whether the city attorney can independently opine on changing stipulation of eligibility for membership.
I'm going to have to go.
So,
do
my
a little bit of
recommendation
research
would
here.
be very simple: to be very cautious and on the safe side.
Additional banking.
Mandate us to come back on the CAR meeting as with a special call and change that language and bring it for second reading on March 18. Within 30 days, we're in fully compliance.
Okay, that's fine. After research and verifying with the state and all that, sure.
And I apologize, I jumped ahead in the agenda. Councilman Fletcher, it's your time to shine.
Usually these are down in the bottom. so
Yeah.
No worries. Thank you for the time.
Page 15.
I did want to,
the agenda.
during my business, I did want to bring up, as we all know, FIFA World Cup is coming this year. They just had some big doings this week up in the county, but I wanted the staff to start looking at watch parties here in the city of Homestead with some of our residents, and maybe coordinating with the new folks at Sports Hub, some of the things we can look at during the FIFA World Cup that's coming up in June. So if we could start looking at that, I'd be happy to.
So, Councilman, we, through the manager, we have actually started a planning to some respect for this event or weeks-long event. For the benefit of council, the World Cup kicks off in June, and then it runs all the way through July, August, I believe. And we have a two-prong approach. We are intending, and we'll memorialize this with a memo once we have all the plans and the budgets and for council's consideration. But the plan is that we will partner with local businesses for early in June to activate a watch parties. One that comes to mind, I think we have a Mexico versus, let's say, Switzerland game. We will find a local restaurant. We will represent Mexico. They will host the watch party. As we get closer to the team calls it the quarterfinals, right? We're exploring the ability to establish a fan zone where it's now the city curating an event or the watch party event. We'll have to determine the location. And then on the World Cup night, we will have the culmination probably being a larger event with a huge watch party, whether or not it will trigger food trucks and more or less some sort of an activation. But yes, that is something that the manager has given direction that we explore, and we have begun the planning to that end. So we will formally share with council the plan, the outline, any potential budget impact for council to ultimately make a decision on whether or not we proceed.
No, that's awesome. And again, that's just incumbent on us to go out and look for some additional sponsors outside to help offset those costs and gain more notoriety in the community is all. That's all I was bringing it up for. Today, I did a little drive around in the southwest section of town. I haven't been there in a couple of months. And I got to tell you, the Homestead Gardens project blows my mind. From where we were to where we're at today, although it's still under construction, it's just absolutely amazing. I'm happy we were able to help the community in that area. Even in the older apartments, they have brand new air conditioners now that they didn't have any before. So it's just great to see that that's finally coming to fruition. Also, I hadn't seen the greeting card on the wall. And so I looked at that today, and it's absolutely awesome. I wish it was able to move closer to Chrome Avenue because it is a little, you got to tweak your neck a little bit to see it, but it's awesome. I did have the opportunity this last weekend to go to Daytona for the 500 race and look at their public safety and their traffic management systems and their security. And let me tell you, if you've never been before, and it's been 20 plus years since I've been to Daytona, but 150,000 people, the event was completely sold out. And right into it, they had to do rapid schedule changes at the beginning because there was a weather front coming through. So they moved the race up an hour, to prevent having like a mass evacuation type event that I've seen at other events. But I can tell you they could still learn a few things from an old Homestead cop about how to direct traffic. They need some help. But all in all, it was a great learning opportunity for me, and we're going to share my insights with the chief and the manager. Spent some time with Guillermo walking around and envisioning what our fan zone can look like coming up for the 2026 championship. And I can tell you, people were there buying tickets for our race. We expect to sell out. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, you might want to reach out and grab those because they're going quickly. Next, I just want to reemphasize and have everybody take a look at the Discover Homestead website. We do have the community calendar on there now. It's right on the City of Homestead website. You can go to the link. As we start building it, there's going to be a lot of great information there about the community. And with that, I will leave for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We've still got CRA. Councilwoman Konski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those of you, right on cue, thank you. For those of you who could not attend the silent disco that the GFWC Women's Club of Homestead was hosting, you're in luck because it's been postponed. So February 27th, we will be hosting a silent disco. Mr. Mayor, you said you were a little confused on exactly how you have a silent disco. It's two genres of music being played simultaneously. You listen in on your headphones so that you can dance along with whatever genre you like. This is just our payback to the community to give you something, an alternative to do on a Friday night. So that's February 27th. You can find us on social media or Eventbrite for tickets. Also, March 8th is International Women's Day. So in honor of that activity, the GFWC Women's Club also hosts a annual Woman of the Year where we honor women in the community for their outstanding service to the community and what they contribute, their time and service. So we ask that you would participate in that as well. And also I want to acknowledge the fact that I've taken notice to the cleanliness and tidiness and the removal and the overall approval or appeal of the city. I don't know what we've been doing, but it's visually noticeable. The shopping carts, the trash, it's gone. You know, it was been my complaint to the mayor prior to being on council that the overall appeal of the city needed some attention and tending to. So kudos to those who are taking initiative and action in doing so. It has been noticed, not just by myself, but others as well. So thank you. Moving on to Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a correction to the date for the Women of the Year. You mentioned the 8th, which is Women's Day, but the actual event is on March 14th.
March 14th. Thank you for clarification.
So, I think we're looking for more organizations to honor their Woman of the Year as well. So
we did not want to compete with Rotary.
Right.
So we can be there to support you guys.
We'll leave that either for Julio or for the mayor to talk about, because that's coming up too. Besides that, I got nothing.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cannibal?
Now let's go to the CRA. Let's get
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it really quick. Love the FIFA ideas. A couple years back, we helped one of our local teams by the city advertising a watch party, and Keg South donated money towards them. So it might, we've got some time. We might want to sponsor a few of our local youth teams and allow some of our businesses who will obviously benefit from having so many people donate a certain percentage of what they make. A couple quick things, code related. There have been a lot of chickens around lately, in the Southwest especially.
Everywhere.
It happens, I don't know, it seems to be something that's like every 5 years, there's like an influx. I don't personally mind them, but I've received a couple calls. I was like, I'm not sure what we do about that.
It's the price of eggs.
So if a chicken is tied to a particular property, we do cite the property owner for chickens, coops, and those. The free roamers are the ones that are usually the nuisance pests. We can't really, they don't come with a collar, so they're very hard to tie down, but we do our best to try to look at evidence for people that have food out or things like that. So, yes.
Okay, I'll send you a couple addresses then, because I think there might be some issues with leaving food out.
Right.
Are we allowed to pick up free-range chicken?
Yes.
There is no prohibition.
So,
I mean, you, not us. Yeah.
Me?
You can come over tomorrow night.
yes,
I mean,
we
remove,
do.
remove.
How are these ants?
Mr. Manager? Yeah.
So we do have a program called Chicken Busters in Miami. So I'm going to liaise with staff.
Yes.
The aspect of final destination of the chickens, I'm not going to disclose on the record. However, there is an effective, valid, active program in place today.
I'm aware of the Chicken Busters program, and there's a pro and a con in each community.
Enough said. You don't want to disclose where they're ending.
Yeah, I think between the chicken problem and boats in the front yard, there's a really inappropriate quip about Hialeah in there somewhere. That's what.
If I may, real quickly, also, not only chickens, but peacocks are proliferating everywhere.
So peafowl are a little bit different classification, but yes, same thing. If we can tie them to an address, it's much easier. But yes, they are, unlike the chicken, they're very loud.
That's what I've been hearing, to cars even.
Yeah, during their season, they're very nuisancey.
The peacocks are finding their way over to downtown. I saw one the other day.
You mentioned being over in the Southwest. Did you also notice the new mural on Maui? Not the postcard, the other one. So in the next 2 weeks, I would like to invite you all and have the city come out to help with an unveiling of Homestead Wall's first Maui mural. I think that it looks amazing. It has two very inspiring quotes: "Be the eye in kind," and I'm totally drawing a be the good you want to see in the world. Something to that effect. It's been a long night. One of the MLK quotes. So please look out for that. I would love for us to be able to take a picture there and invite the rest of the community and guests, obviously, as well, to come and visit it. As I mentioned earlier in the presentations, Artists in the Spotlight, February 26th. It is a really cool exhibit. Friday night, it'll lead, Thursday night, it'll lead into one of the Black History events with a spoken word. So look out for that on the city's website. And finally, the 28th, that Saturday, is Homestead Art in the Park. Everyone, you're welcome. We have moved it from the scorching times in May to February. So it'll be a much nicer afternoon to enjoy some beautiful local artists. So that is February 26th for Artists in the Spotlight and Saturday the 28th for Homestead's Art Walk, Art in the Park. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And even though the clerk's office cut me off of the, oh, they cut you off too? Not on my page. Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make it quick. Happy Valentine's to everybody. I hope each and every one of you got a cookie that I sponsored from my student entrepreneur who lives in my district, Caleb, with the cookie guy. He is hopefully one of many little mini grants intended to foster a love of entrepreneurship and startup companies. So that is my gift to all of you. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you to staff for the abatement action plan. Very, very much needed. And the action going into graffiti, shopping carts, litter, what am I missing? Overgrowth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is why we're seeing results. And so I do appreciate my messages and my emails and my calls being responded to in measurable action plans. Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Flesher, thank you so much for bringing the topic of where people are doing business. There is an entity called WeWork that I think would do well in a community like ours, offering affordable workspaces for small businesses. And I don't know how they operate or what the mechanisms are for their rental schedules, but if we can look into something like that or anything similar to provide more office space options. Rent is ridiculous, and that's why people are operating out of their homes. And for things like AC and mechanics and electrical work, they're doing the work on sites elsewhere. So if they can forego hefty rental, they will. And then the watch parties. There were calls for me to put on a watch party for the UM game, and I was like, I cannot handle that right now. I will not do it, but I love that you're bringing that to the table. I will absolutely support that item and look forward to attending. Thank you.
So, Councilwoman, on the WeWalk program, actually one of the downtown Homestead location is already about to explore and initiate a WeWalk facility.
Excellent, thank you. Happy to hear it.
It's working with the CRA.
That it? Yes, thank you. Okay, did I miss anybody? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you kind of skipped me. I was kind of curious.
What's that?
Skipped him too.
Well, but I haven't gotten to me yet, so
Oh,
we're not
I'm
ready
so
to
sorry.
get to you. Big changes in Florida City. Congratulations to Mayor-elect Charlotte Thompson. I understand that the swearing in will be at 1 o'clock Friday afternoon in their commission chambers. But what makes it particularly notable to me personally, I learned today, was reminded today, that Mayor-elect Thompson and I both graduated from South Dade High School the same year. So I, at 47 years ago, and yes, we are that old, I think it's fascinating to me in a weird kind of way that the mayor of Homestead and Florida City are both that old and are both hometown folks that graduated from the only high school that served Homestead and Florida City in those days that long ago. But big changes coming to our sister city to the south. And speaking of longevity and long time, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that as of Monday, my wife kept me around for 35 years. I think as my grandfather would have said, 35 really long years to her, right? Yeah. He would have said a lot of things, right, Crystal? But I appreciate that, and thank everyone for the well wishes who were aware of that. It's been quite an adventure. Just ask her what she's thought of it. Well, anyway, and Councilwoman, you touched on the lobby today. I know we had an item tonight that was withdrawn that was going to address activation of the lobby for vendors, exhibitors, and other uses that did not go forward. And it kind of concerned me tonight, and I didn't know the backdrop at the time of what was going on. I mean, typically the fact that we had something before us, and interpretation of laws typically mean that if there's nothing saying you can do it, then you can't do it. And typically, the city manager is a manager of a lot of things, including this building. So when we have receptions and events here in the council chambers and the lobby, or any of us do things, it typically is cleared, through management as an individual event or a city event. And I don't want to take away, I want to accommodate the community, but I don't want to take away from the dignity and decorum of our lobby. And I think we really need to go forward and have some guidelines or some direction for the manager, so it doesn't become a free-for-all in terms of folks coming in and doing a pop-up giveaway or selling items, whatever it may be. Something for another meeting, maybe revisit your item that was pulled for tonight. But I hope that until then there'll be coordination through the manager's office so that we remain safe and secure and dignified in our lobby.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Points well taken. Are you under the opinion that the organization of this event that I held in the lobby was not done through the manager's office?
I kind of have that perception that it came as a big surprise. I mean, there's nothing enabling to do that. Is my perception correct, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor and Council, a few weeks ago, Councilwoman Avila reached out to me with initiating a number of programs citywide, one of which is City Hall lobby activation. And we proposed that we could start that and come to council with a reso. That reso was withdrawn because I believe the councilman wants to take a second look at it based on conversation with the city attorney. And the programming is not just for City Hall activation, it's also inclusive of senior citizen prom, as well as monthly brunch that has to happen after council meeting. My understanding is that we are going to come back at some point with a revision and updates to all this programming.
Right, so that's in regards to the reso itself, but the actual coordination
Tonight's
of the event was in fact briefed, discussed, and I provided a donation. Check was printed and rendered, and this was no surprise to any of our staff. And I took recommendations, and I was under the impression that we had previously, as a council prior, discussed lobby activations. I did request for research to be done so we can make sure that we look to any policy or formal resolutions that had been passed. Apparently it was never done, but my recollection serves that we had discussed lobby activations as long as we are letting the council members know through the city manager's office, and it's organized and properly letting you guys all know. Now, for the purposes of discussing the future reso, the intention is to showcase small businesses or new businesses and for each district representative to be able to do the same. Not too long ago, I sponsored Chick-fil-A dinner for the attendees of the meeting, and it was to showcase that Chick-fil-A was coming to District 5. And we had a full chamber. There was also a ton of kids soccer attendees. So I think it's very well received. It promotes the businesses of our community, and it is checking a lot of the boxes on our strategic plan for engagement. And I encourage the rest of my colleagues to identify small businesses, student entrepreneurs, different months and categories that we can highlight for a presentation within the lobby. Let's bring the Redlands in and showcase orchids and plants and things of that nature. I look forward to future discussion when the reso is presented.
Well, yeah, and I want to have those discussions and set some guidelines and procedures and avoid becoming a flea market.
Yes,
So,
the student parents heard you mention that to them, and by far this is not meant to be a flea market, and in fact it is to highlight and encourage the youth in our community to not just work at McDonald's, right? Let's be entrepreneurs, let's do well and have a goal and show that the community and the city of Homestead supports those kinds of
That's
initiatives.
not what this is about. This is just going and circumventing rules that we don't have.
Not at all.
The night this was withdrawn, we have never done
And
anything
for the
like.
record, Mayor, I did not review, dictate, or request for the reso to be presented on this agenda. So if it was you who requested the resolution with my name on it, I would request respectfully that anything with my name on it be vetted through me first before it's placed on a public agenda.
Are you accusing me of putting something on the agenda with your name on it?
I don't know who did it.
So, Mr.
You don't know
Mayor-
who? I think there are
Mr. Mayor-
emails that hang it on around your
Mr.
neck.
Mayor and
So
Council?
you've got an obligation to sit up here and tell the truth.
I did not
Mr.
request
Mayor
for
and
this reso
Council?
on this agenda.
Mr. Mayor and Council,
It will come back, and I
Neither-
do thank the staff for the opportunity to discuss
So-
and to make it.
may I?
Yes.
Yes. So attorneys just
Night-
drew this out of thin air.
Neither the mayor nor Councilman Avila is instrumental in presenting this to council. This was from the manager's office. I just want to make that clear on the record. Councilman Avila made a request in writing, gave me a lot of initiatives to roll out. She and I had a conversation. I asked specific question, do you want to roll this out? In writing, he said, yes, beginning this month. That was in January. When we met internally, we realized that it has fiscal impact. So any item that has fiscal impact has to come before this council. That's how it came here. It did not come from Councilman Avila, neither did it come from the mayor. I just
Thank
want to
you.
make that clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have anything for the council meeting tonight before we quickly wrap up?
Yes, I will
To
make
the
it
CRA?
brief. I will make it brief. The rest of it I will send out through the normal channel of memos to council. Simple updates that we start restarting the city council workshops on the 25th of this month. We'll be starting off the revenue generation and cost savings workshop. It's going to be here at City Hall. Also, just a reminder that the Water Management District has been having some of dry season shortfall in water supply in the canals. So there is a warning from the Water Management District. Some of you may have heard that there has been some cases of water service disruption in the northeast side of the city. Unfortunately, as regrettable as that is under the purview of Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Service Area. The city administration is working with the county to find out what the issues are and the challenges. Unfortunately, we may have to make some very strong recommendations, such as to the Baptist Hospital, to look into having a dual service connectivity to connect to both the city of Homestead water supply as well as to the county to avoid what they just experienced. The bill collection, we just stated that the insert has gone out. And also, as part of the Black History Month, there is going to be a Living Song book event on the 27th of this month in partnership with the Seminole Theater. So that's that's in regards to the Black History Month. And I think that's all I have. And by the way, former Vice Mayor Guzman is still in the chambers. Just as a reminder, the Seafood Festival is on March 7th and 8th. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Attorney.
Very quickly, can I request one executive session in the matter of LaSalle Educational Center versus City of Homestead? It's case number 125 CV 24232 in the Southern District.
Of course, make it happen. We all love to sit behind closed doors with our attorneys. All right, if there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, if I may, sorry,
Yes.
one more thing, just to piggyback on the manager's comments about the east side water interruption. It would be remiss of me to not recognize the fast and prudent action that the staff took, the city manager answering emails and getting water returned to the residents of the east side and the hospital as mentioned. So thank you very much for that. First time I have experienced something like that in my tenure living in Homestead, and hope it's the last. But thank you for your involvement.
And we're all just thankful it was not an equipment or system failure on our part. As much as the folks online would love to blame it on overdevelopment and incompetency throughout the city, somebody else turned the wrong valve. All right, so do we have a motion to adjourn? So moved, seconded? All in favor? Aye. And as soon as the clerk signals she is ready, we will move into the CRA meeting, and by gosh, we're going to meet that 9:30 deadline. Ready? Okay, so I'd like to good evening. I'll call to order the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Today is February 18th, 2026, and it is now 9:22 p.m. Can we have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Board Member Konski? Here. Board Member Avila? Here. Board Member Roth? Here. Board Member Fletcher?
Here.
Board Member Cannavale? Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Here. Chairman Lawson?
Here. Mr. Manager, do we have any deletions or deferrals other than tab 2?
Yes, Chairman.
Withdraw tab 2?
Yes. Tab 2 is the only item we'd prefer to pull.
All right, so do we need a motion and an action? Okay, so we need a motion to withdraw tab 2 from the agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Further comments, all in favor? Yeah, we need a roll call on the withdrawal of tab 2.
Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Cannavale? Yes. Board Member Fletcher? Yes. Board Member Konski? Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Yes. Chairman Lawson?
Yes. All right, and we need a motion for the approval of the minutes of the prior meeting. Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, moving along to tab 3.
Tab 3 is a resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the allocation of Commercial Enhancement Grant Program funds, approving grant agreement, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Director.
I do want to acknowledge that this is a grant application under the Commercial Enhancement Program that allows a maximum allowable grant award of $25,000. This is for the Our Homes project at 4 North Chrome Avenue, which I think we've all seen undergoing extensive renovation. The grant application itself is for the funding to be applied towards the installation of impact windows and doors, as well as exterior stucco repair. You've seen there's been a substantial amount of work and painting of the property as well. This requires a minimum 10% match from the applicant, and as you've all seen by the volume of work they're doing, they're well exceeding that. Based on our preliminary numbers received from them, it'll be closer to the $900,000 in the total investment. I want to acknowledge that the applicants are here, and Board Member Avila, you had brought up the WeWork, so we are delivering really quick. Here they are. But I do want to give them an opportunity.
Welcome, Mr. Romano. Good to see you again. Go ahead.
Perfect. If there's any questions, certainly
any
feel
questions?
free. If you'd like.
For the record, the property owner is here. Yeah, moved by Councilor. Yes.
Real quick. Welcome. Sorry you've had to sit through all of this. Obviously,
No, he came in late. He didn't suffer enough.
Good. It was long enough, I'm sure. We're really happy to do these grants, especially helping our downtown area. My only ask, I know that in the end you're going to have to do what is going to work for you, is to consider those restaurant hours. I see a Papa John's here and a T-Mobile. Obviously not exactly what we would like on this beautiful corner lot that you have. So just please try to keep that in mind. It's a historic downtown area. It's one of the few historic buildings that are left. So anything that you can do to make it a little more original, a little more homestead would be really greatly appreciated.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to do it similar to what you're seeing right now. It's going to look older. It's going to look from the time. So it's not going to look modern. We put in stones in the corner, the ivy tree, so it's going to have a Coral Gables vibe.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Okay, yeah.
Okay, a new homestead vibe.
There you go.
The local restaurant.
All right, so I think, did we have a motion on the table?
Yeah.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. All right, is there any public comment? Seeing none, let's have a roll call on the award of the grant for the windows.
Board Member Cannonball?
Yes.
Board Member Konsky? Yes. Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Yes. Chairman Losner?
Yes, glad we could get it done.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, moving on to tab 4.
Tab 4 is a resolution of the Board of Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the Florida Communities Trust through the Florida Forever Program for the Homestead Southwest 8th Avenue Land Acquisition Project, authorizing the city manager to execute the Florida Communities Trust grant agreement and all related documents, authorizing the establishment of a budget for the receipt and expenditure of grant funds, authorizing matching funds, an amount not to exceed $70,833, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. We'll waive your, encyclopedic knowledge of this item. All right?
Just have
Okay.
a comment.
Yes.
Just a comment. So this is a grant to acquire that property on the corner of, I guess that's
Shotgun parcel.
the shotgun parcel. Do we have a contract? Do we have a verbal agreement? Do we have a letter of intent to purchase?
So as a part of the grant application process and the requirement of the state, there has been an appraisal that was completed and a signature from the property owner as a willing seller. We have shared with them that that was contingent on us being awarded the grant. The reason we are bringing this forward to you now and without a contract is that there are specific timelines required by Florida Communities Trust, and that includes us first accepting that. So once we accept this, then we will complete the required processes through the state. We have notified the property owner by way of their representation that we are seeking to proceed now in negotiating the contract. And we will presumably, hopefully come to something at which point we'll be able to expend these funds. But we're following the order of the FCT based on their timelines.
Oh, so we commit to accepting this money. What happens if the seller backs out of this transaction? Do we lose this opportunity? Or can we use that money for other stuff?
No, the grant as it was written was specific to this property location as a public park area for a variety of reasons. So if we are unable to come to terms with the property owner on an acquisition price, we would decline the grant. The funds would go away. We would not use them elsewhere.
All right, I think we have a motion and a second. Let's have any public comment. Close the public hearing and have a roll call vote on tab 4.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Cannonball? Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Konsky?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion.
Tab 5.
Tab 5 is a resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the CRA Director to enter into a license agreement with the City of Homestead for the temporary use of CRA-owned property located at 305 Southwest 6th Terrace in the city for the purposes of operating the city's employee health and wellness clinic and providing for an effective date.
Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Any further from the board? Public comment? Close the public hearing. Roll call vote.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Konsky? Board Member Cannonball?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Bailey? Yes. Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And my iPhone just hit 9:30, so let's have a motion to adjourn. So said we. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.